Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, August the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Starkey, William, etc. in our main room. Just waiting for maybe Pepe's going to let me know if you guys can hear me in the... thank you, Pepe. Good to go. Both rooms then for our YouTube room and the main room. So the big one so far this morning is IPST. I didn't see any news on it. I did not see any news on it. I was looking at my headline news and Interactive Brokers. I don't see any news on it. Not today anyway. But something's up. Only up 269% and 44 million have traded, 1.23 million in the float. I think, let's take a look at the weekly chart. There is a little bit more room on the weekly chart anyway to about 10. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but $10 is the next high. 10.03 is the next high on the weekly chart for IPST. Thank you, William, for your analysis of EYPT. And then IVF, I have to laugh. Was it this one? Maybe it was another one. Chardon put a price target of $65 in one of these. I can't remember which one it was. Some stock that is like at around $4. Can't remember which one it is now. It was an IVF. This looks like this is an earnings play. Evidently, they did not release earnings on the 13th. We have it here on the 13th, but evidently, unless they're just rehashing it. But this is August 17th, so it looks like this is an earnings play, IVF. And again, looking at the weekly chart, the next high is $3.10. So there's a little bit of room on a weekly chart anyway. So just give me one moment. Fahad, so I answered. Yeah, no, you cannot pre-market. You cannot auto trade. You cannot auto trade in the pre-market with trade ideas. Okay. So you cannot. You can manually make your own. You can manually make your. Yes, you can make your own strategy, and then you can auto trade if you wanted to, but you better back test it. You can auto trade it in normal market hours, 9:30 to 4. Doesn't mean you can't trade in the pre-market, but you can't auto trade. Trug, Trug. This is True Golf, I think, or True something or other. Yeah, True Golf Holdings, another low float. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. I have to just monkey around with this. My Epic pen. Okay. MYSZ. Let's see. MYSZ. It's an earnings play. That's what it is. Nash, you're asking what's up with it. It's an earnings play. So that's the reaction to earnings. Okay. I'm sorry. It is not an earnings play. Tomorrow it is an earnings play. So maybe it's an advance. See, I'm just not sure about this because it says August 14th. My size second quarter revenues, 3 million. It's something to do with earnings, okay, Nash? It's something to do with earnings. We have it. They're not releasing till tomorrow, pre-market, but maybe they did. Maybe they did it on the 14th. Okay, so the 14th being Friday. So this is a reaction. So IPST is still actually this is pretty good. I mean, it hasn't collapsed yet. It hasn't gone down through the VWAP. Thank you, William. I did not know that. Just taking a look at SpaceX, guys. Still hanging around the 140 mark. It's a pretty, well, I don't know, pretty, maybe a key area. I mean, that 140 mark got down to on Friday, it got down to 135. That 140, that was Thursday, and it broke down, but then it closed right around the 140. So, will 140 be defended? This could be maybe an interesting one. DUOT, DUOT. This is an earnings play, guys, and you can see it's had a pretty good reaction to earnings. Not bad volume to start. 31 million in the float, so it's not a high float, not low. So DUOT earnings play. And let me see where this could go. So on a weekly chart, the next high is 1068. So it's getting pretty close to that. It got up to 1056 this morning. Okay, there's your first pullback. Well, not the first one, but here's a bit of a pullback for IPST. Will the VWAP, I mean, it's got a ways to go, but a dollar to the VWAP, but will it get close? And then will that have to have support? Just checking some of the other ones in the top 10. Top 10 list of the stocks that are up the most this morning from Friday's close. All right, Wito is trying to get through the VWAP. At least it's been hanging, kind of hanging around the VWAP area, trying to get through the VWAP. It's up 20%, very low float. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on this one. Again, I guess the news is China low float. That's your news. Well, I know William had the analysis of EYPT, and well, has it found a bit of a base? I know you're not going to take the pop, but I might if it does anything. Lunar had earnings on Monday. I'm sorry, on Friday, and you see what it did. Actually, there's the 200-day moving average. So it did pop above the 200-day moving average, but and then it closed below it. So it actually didn't, it could not hold its gains. 2045 was the high. Closed down here at 19, and now it's above, of course, the close on Friday, and now also above the 200-day moving average. So that might be positive for Lunar. How much volume? Good volume already. I'm talking about the LUNR. On the weekly chart, the next high, well, it must be last week. Well, of course, Friday's high. So that is the high, 2047. If we took that out, what would be the next high? 2250. Fro? It's a tanker of some sort, right? Deep sea. Let's see. Another one I can't see any news on. But it's only up 1.5%. Okay, I thought it was up a lot, but there's no. I don't see any news on it. No volume either. 26,000 shares, so there's no volume. Okay, STFS just over the whole number 4. STFS. Let's see what's happening with this one. Anything interesting? It's up, up a little bit. Any news on this one? Well, gold mine. Would you expect anything different? The fact that Musk would be incredibly optimistic regarding its future. Let's see. I don't see any news on this one. STFS, Star Fashion Culture, just a low float China, another low float China stock. Not a lot of volume yet. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now, take a look at the sectors and see what's happening and before the 9:30 open. The SPY is basically flat, so let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, click on Dock Channel Bar, and then scroll down. These are all theme-based channels. Click on the Show More, and at the bottom here, sector status. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Nothing going crazy. SMH is the top sector, but it's only up 0.9%. So the semi, silver, what's the worst sector? Yeah, nothing really shaking this morning in terms of a big positive sector or a big negative sector. Let's take a look at see if we can find some individual stocks that are going a little bit crazy, looking for a big percentage move. No, not really. Not on the upside anyway. Maybe there's something on the downside. I mean, Schmuckers, maybe. I mean, SJM, is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play. Coming up on the 26th of August. Pretty blah morning. I mean, there's nothing real. I mean, there's some, obviously, in our low floaters, there are some big moves, but nothing in the major stocks that I can see. I mean, here's Etsy's up. Any volume? Little bit of volume. Goldman, okay. Goldman resumes Etsy coverage with a price target of 89. So I guess that's your news for Etsy. Goldman is putting a target of 89. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, guys. So don't think, wow, Goldman must know what they're talking about. It's at $81. Pour everything I've got into this. So, of course not. But that is the reason Etsy is up. No other reason that I can see. Hmm. We're, we must be almost a decade. I think it was 2018, William. That's what I want to say. That that stock was their stock of the decade. We're not quite there yet. Was it started with a letter N, right? NTNX, maybe? I think it was NTNX. Yeah, Newtonix. This was their stock. Well, you know what? I mean, it would have been okay if you had held it because it was around, I think it was around $18. Just out of curiosity. What we're talking about is Goldman. I think it was back in about 2018. They came up with this stock, and they said this could be the stock of the decade. And this is, and it was NTNX. So we're back in 2016. But yeah, you can see that this was maybe it was even earlier. Maybe it is the decade now. Because I sort of remember this being in the 27 or even lower. This is where it IPO'd in 2016. Yeah, maybe it was in the low 20s. Well, would have been a triple. Anyway, just kind of amusing. All right, guys, just kind of looking at this keel here, KEEL. Okay, guys, IPST is getting a little bit closer now to the VWAP, getting a little bit closer. I couldn't see any news in this one, William. This is another bio, APUS. Couldn't see any news in this one. I don't know what's happening with it. Maybe our news has something. No, not today anyway. Just again, guys, maybe pay attention to this one. DUOT. There are not too many earnings plays. There are a lot of cheap ones, but this is not expensive. But it's one of the ones that's at least over $10. Most of the earnings plays I see are, under $10. This one is a little over. DUOT. It's still hanging on to the VWAP. Volume is not fantastic, but it'll pick up. Yeah, so it's interesting. Me neither, William, in terms of the APUS. The last news I have on Interactive Brokers is August 6th. But for some reason, I mean, that's a lot of volume, 700,000 shares in the float. JLHL, okay. This is another one that had a crazy day a few weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, got up to 16 something. And so probably no news on it. It's just, it's a low flow China stock. Thank you, William, on the APUS. Okay, guys, IPST looks like it's trying to get back over 8. This little area has held it. Didn't get really that close to the VWAP. Still don't see any news on IPST. Not that I could find anyway. I'm just looking. I mean, it got up on Friday. Maybe it's a carryover from Friday, but I don't see any news on it. Nothing. Zero. Last Stifle acquired 1,100 shares of it, but that was on the 3rd. Yeah, so just doing the crazy thing with what well like is there any news anybody could find? Not that it matters that much, but it's always crazy when you see these massive moves and there's zero news at all. $10 is the next high on the weekly chart for IPST. Hive Digital signs a $350 million GPU cloud services pact with an enterprise customer, okay? Well, that seems like good news, but such a cheap stock right now. It's a big float, 271 million in the float. That is a big float for that price of a stock. Yeah, so Burks, yeah, it's just one of those things. I mean, for whatever reason, groups around the world, probably in Reddit, they look at one of these low float stocks and say, okay, you know what? Let's pile into this one today. Okay, Nash. So when you say, "Can I connect my Thinkorswim account directly to Trade Ideas?" Depends what you mean by that. You can do an external linking. Time is it now? 9:24. So you use our external linking tool, and so what that'll do for you is when you click on a symbol, it'll load into trade. It'll load into Thinkorswim. Okay, if that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about trading using Brokerage Plus or trading from within Trade Ideas, no. But if you're talking about, see, this is what I do with Interactive Brokers. Okay, my external linking. See how I'm connected to Interactive Brokers. So what that means for me, as somebody who clicks on a lot of symbols all day long, every time I click on a symbol, it loads into my Interactive Brokers platform. So can you do that with Thinkorswim? Yes. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. So IPST is challenging. This hive. I mean, with that news, the problem is it's got such a big float, so it may not have a big jump or anything. But I mean, it's already. I know it's up 13%. That's a big float for a $3 stock. IPST challenging five, 8 again. Behind the pre-market, looks like it's up to about 871. Behind the next high in the weekly chart is around 10. I guess there is room. I don't know what the short interest is. We have nothing for the short float. So it's possible. I don't know. I mean, it's not shortable in Interactive Brokers, but we have no short float percent at all for IPST. So as opposed to IVF, which has 14.6%, sort of failing underneath the VWAP right now, though. All right, guys. What time is it now? It is 45 seconds to the 9:30 open. So let's have a great start to the trading week, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. So that's not a recommendation for you to do the same. That's just what I typically do. I'm going to get rid of this, get rid of this, get this up here. Of course, wait for my daily trend reversals. Nothing will happen until at least 5 minutes. That's by design. Rivian, guys, taking a little, well, wow, big pop down and then right back up for the RIVN. Okay, IPST still hanging around 8. IPST, just got to be careful, guys. I mean, this may be a record. Actually, this may be a record. 575,000 times normal it is trading up to this time of day. That might be the record. This number is going to go down. but I can't recall. There you see I went down to 322,000. It is time of day sensitive. You can get some really wild percentages right at 9:30, but I think that might be the record. All right, let's see if it takes out the high in the pre-market. I just put a price alert there, high at the pre-market. Looks like it's going to. And come on, there you go. Well, I'm surprised it wasn't halted. Okay, I have no idea what's going on here. Well, oh, I see. This was EYPT was halted in the pre-market. Wow, because of news. Okay, so here we go. First couple of halts. NUR. This looks like some kind of a. This is no way. This is an IPO. Now this is Nasdaq listing. But maybe it is an IPO. I don't normally we see. Maybe it's just. I don't know. I can't understand what's going on with this NUR exactly. It was trading in the pre-market. And the other one, STFS, was halted on the way up. Okay, we were looking at this one also in the pre-market. Star Fashion, not a lot of volume. 406,000, only 406,000 shares with 1.12 in the float, so million in the float. SpaceX is taking a big jump here, guys. SpaceX, SPCX. So the opening bar, 5 minute bar in the SPY is negative so far. So the SPY is mildly negative. Dow's down. Qs are up. Qs are up. SPY's basically flat. The Qs are up. StubHub had earnings August 12th. I remember that. That was last week. So StubHub is challenging that low right there Friday, which is 754. If it takes that out, it's got room underneath. Now look at WETO go. WETO. Yeah, I've got Met you thumbnailed, William. METU. I've got that thumbnailed, and I see it took a big drop. So WETO, another low float. Next high on a weekly chart is 1295. Wow, look at it go. Gosh, it's amazing, isn't it? So that's the next high, and then the next high after that is 1431 on a weekly chart. Now the next high on the daily chart, 13, and it just got halted. WETO just got halted. Again, I see no news, just a low flow China stock. All right, daily reversal, JLHL, another low float China stock. All right, guys. Well, listen. There's the 200-day moving average, 925. So that's looming above it. So that could easily block it. But I'll put a price alert on that area, say 925, to see if it at least gets to the 200-day moving average. It is coffee time. Okay, so JLHL. Again, I think you're gonna have to take out that 200-day moving average. So wrap, it's too cheap. I'm looking for potential shorts. Remember now, in yellow, it's a potential short. In powder blue, a potential long. Well, as probably just about every day, theme of the day, low flow China stocks. Okay, here's BIVI, guys. BIVI, 152. Next high on a weekly chart, anyway, is 381, and it's way up there. The next high on a, see, it's a little close. If it takes out 170, if it can take out 170, then your next high on a daily chart probably is the same as this high up here. Yeah. So I would be keeping an eye on the 170 mark for BIVI. See if it gets there. Hmm. So BIVI, another low float, 8.2 million in the float. Not a lot of volume yet. This is US, not China, but you can kind of see what could happen if it can take out that high. So Stub just got to the low of Friday. That's why this would trigger. Other filters in place, of course, but that's why that would trigger. There are shares available. But if easy, you can trade Micron. This is the bull. I mean, there's Micron right here. MUU. There's a two-time. SanDisk, I'm sure, has something also. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Wow, SpaceX is really ripping here now, guys. From 140 to 144. All right. What about this is the okay. This is a two-time for AMAT, AMAT. Okay, and that is AMA. Oh, look at the room it's got. Okay, this has got a ton of room, guys. Again, this is the two-time company ETF for the stock AMAT, way cheaper than the stock, and I mean it's got a ton of room. And I'm talking. So the bid ask 27. What's the volume? The volume is not fabulous, but spread is not terrible. It's about a dime. Ah, I missed it. Let's talk more action. I should have. I was trying to get it. The AMA. I don't want to chase it now. Ah, too bad. Let's take a look at AMAT. Just want to see if there's anything specific news for it. Morgan Stanley maintained applied material target is 642. So there's your news for it. Shoot. Oh well. There'll be others. Here's the AMA. This FGI was a big one from last week, guys. Is it halted on the way up or down? Halted on the way down. Okay. Yeah, so was the AMA. This is the one that showed up. That's why I was looking at it. 161. Maybe it has more volume than the other one, AMAU, but it didn't show up on my scan. So about the same, really. A little cheaper, but what's the volume here? 208. And the volume here is 180. So they're about the same in terms of volume. How did I miss this one? Look at this 1316, 1380 now. Quadruple N. Well, how did I miss it? Because we had the alert at 1316 and then right down. My goodness. What's the float on this one? Actually, it's not low float, 39 million. It's pretty brutal, guys. That popped up to 1370 and then right back down 12. And then now, so we had the alert at 1316. Let's see if it takes it out again. So WETO, yes. So that was a 10-minute halt, WETO, and exploded off yeah, exploded right off the close. Probably going to get halted again, guys. Wow. Yeah, maybe not. I'm just looking here at my time in sales, see if there's any stalling at all. So far, no stalling. Yeah, it probably was. It probably was not tradable. The spread. I looking at it now. There's a quadruple N. Yeah, the spread is awful. I don't know. Yeah, even if you did, yeah, you probably could not have got it there. All right, guys. StubHub is continuing to make its way down. It broke underneath the VWAP. Another halt, guys. Let's see if this was halted on the way up or down. Halted on the way up. Profusa. It's just getting going. Only 75,000 shares are traded, but it is halted now. And the STFS resumed or halted again on the way down. Well, guys, IPST got pretty ugly. Now, will it hold the VWAP? There, that's the only glimmer of hope if we want to go long on this one later. Holding the VWAP. VWAP's around $7, so it's sitting right on it now. Well, hanging right at the VWAP, guys. IPST, right at the VWAP. Will that really act as good support? And yeah, WETO did get halted again. Oh man, I missed this one. RDTL. This is the two-time long for Reddit. Okay, moving down. It's RDDT. I missed this one. 1738, 1679 now. Spread is fine. Yeah, boy, the AMA, that was a good one. 2789, 2852 now. And they had the news, Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan, I can't remember which one, put a big price target on it. Remember, this is the company ETF. All right, Alloy. I want to see maybe a potential short on this one, ALOY, and the next low looking left is 12 on the weekly chart, and that is about the same on the daily. So I had earnings last week. All right, guys, OCUL. This is just right at the VWAP, okay? And can it keep going? What's the volume? Good volume? OCUL. And when you look left, that was the next high on a monthly chart. So it's a little bit above that. The next high on a monthly chart, though, is 1145. Oh, boy, that was the one, guys. I mean, that was just a fantastic alert. 27.89, basically a dollar move now. The news does matter, okay, in something like this. I got All right, guys, OCUL. I'm kind of liking this one. It's just over the VWAP. It's got a little bit of room. It's what we call a gap up and go. I have that one on my other monitor. As long as it holds my stop will have to be around the VWAP area, okay, which is 1101. Not sure I'll let it get down there, but boy, SpaceX just nice rip off 140. Meanwhile, WETO just resumed, and what did it do from there? So got up to 15, and boy, look at the monthly high, $95 last month. Well, remember what happened the last time, William, when they everybody figured the stock was going to get absolutely crushed when the lockup expiry date came and basically rallied completely. Okay, market. What is the market doing right now? So the SPY is basically doing nothing. The Dow's down a little, and the Qs are still up a bit. Boy, look at WITO. I wouldn't have predicted this one, in the pre-market. I would have thought maybe the IPST would have had a better shot, but just just you just don't know 100% for sure. Now, of course, traders are looking at this craziness that happened last month, that it got up to almost $100 for WETO. Okay, guys, I'm just hanging on barely to the OCUL. It's still trying to, no. All right, guys, took myself out of the OCUL, a little loss on it. I may look at it later on if it gets back up to the 1110. It was just getting too close to the VWAP for me. So, okay, AKAN. How about this one? But this is a cheap one to short, and there's 8,000. There's the Micron, guys. There's the Micron. You guys were, so there are two here. MULL, what's the volume like? 2 million shares on that one. And what's the price? 24. And then the UU, 12 million share. Yeah, both very, very, a little bit cheaper, the MULL, I guess. But both are, two times. Are they both two times? Yes, two-time longs for Micron. So if you look at this, so the monthly last month 33. So there's room. Well, Wito, yeah. So then, yeah, I mean that's that high. That's a monthly high, the weekly high of last week, $96 for WETO. Okay, Beyond Meat is basically. Remember now, this is reverse split adjusted. This would be way under a dollar, um, but it's basically a lifetime low, reverse split adjusted for BYND, Beyond Meat, and maintained at underweight by Barclays. In other words, sell. Okay, lifetime mobile, LFTO down, and this is a lifetime low. Okay, it's a lifetime low for LFTO. It's just showing up in the right here, 1976. Remember, anything in yellow, a potential short. Anything in powder blue, a potential long. I see OCUL has come back. Boy, lifetime low now for LFTO. I mean, it only started trading a couple of months ago. Okay, I'm just waiting on this LFTO, guys. Just want to see if this is just a momentary blip up. I wouldn't mind taking a short of this. Plenty of shorts available and interactive brokers. Stub was good too. 756, 727 now on the short. What's the volume on this one? It's not a great volume. 191,000 shares. Not great volume. I wish it would pick up a bit. All right, guys. How about FIEE? FIEE. This is on the move here, guys. This is a this high looking. Wow, a lot of room for FIEE. Low float, lot of room. Look, I mean, that's the next high on a daily chart, not just a weekly chart. 1050. Okay, FIEE. What's the spread like? 601, 605 right now. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on it. Just moving. Just a low float China. Low float China. I'm glad I didn't hop back into the OCUL. Oh, it isn't. Okay. Well, I guess I have to forget about it. Kishore in our YouTube room is saying that FIE is not tradable at Interactive Brokers. One of those ones they just trying to protect. Well, who knows? Maybe that's a good. Maybe that's a good thing. All right, guys. Wow, 10:05 already. So I'm going to go over my homepage right now, including all the scans, etc., that I am currently sharing. My size, guys, my size, MYSZ is on the move here. There is the VWAP. So, the VWAP may act as a bit of a magnet. Oh, no. I hope I didn't shut down the room accidentally. Where are you? I think I accidentally shut down the room. Okay, just give me a moment. Not YouTube, but yeah, that was my fault, guys. Now I've got an echo going, so it must be open somewhere else. Just give me a moment, guys. I have to figure this out. I have an echo on my end, not on your end. So where is it? There you are. Okay, so everything should be good again, right, guys? Okay, thank you, Faith, etc. Okay, let's try this again. Ugh, now I got to find YouTube. There you are. Okay. Okay. Sorry, guys. I just rearranged some tabs so I don't accidentally shut down the room. Give me a moment. There's things that are happening here. I want to take advantage of, perhaps. So DHT, this is another deep sea freight transportation. So we have the FRO in the pre-market. There was no volume. Volume's starting to pick up a little bit here. Okay, well, let me go over my homepage right now. So on my homepage is what you're going to see at the very top. Here is how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use my code, Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Remember, the first month only or the entire year. Doesn't matter whether you pick our standard or our premium service. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the main room. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering what I'm talking about, there's another trading room, and it is a lot more active. It's open at it's open in the pre-market at approximately 7 o'clock Eastern time. So if you want to come into a room, interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. It's free also. I don't open it up. Live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So either William has been opening it up earlier. I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15, okay? And if you scroll down a little bit more, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. I doubt if it's triggered. I know the trade of the week this week is XE. Let me just take a look at XE and see if it's even triggered. The trigger is 24, so no. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It just hasn't triggered. It may not trigger this week. So again, you can sign up for it right here. It is free. Education. So if you're taking out a subscription or thinking about it, click on the education section and the getting started with trade ideas. That is mandatory if you're going to if you're taking out a subscription. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas, but you're wondering what the product, maybe it's good for you, maybe it's not, take a look at the second video and go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. You can always try this for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos if you're new to trading, 15 of them. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, here they are. Okay, my scans that I'm currently sharing. Some of the ones you can actually see. You can see this one, the biggest scanners from the start of the race. That one. You can see the upside versus downside movers here. Halts resumes is over here. The daily trend reversals right here. And I actually have this one up and running on my other monitor, the gap scanner. So any questions about them, just let me know. This is that both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, please just don't be shy, ask away. All right, let's get back to some of the things that are happening here. So here's the, so how did the my size do? Did it get through? No, you see it did not. Briefly, I got through the 4 level. How about the WYHG? See what's happening with that one. Trigger at, or the alert at 434. Remember, these are daily trend reversals. So it's looking at, so if it's in powder blue, a suggestion to go long. And if it's in yellow, a suggestion to go short. So on the ones that go long, it means that the day before the stock was down at least 5%, and today it's up. Okay, that's what that means. Other filters are in place. Yeah, IVF doesn't look good now, guys. Breaking down underneath the VWAP, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. IPST doesn't look good. Burrito still is the star. Traders are playing the what if game, you know. What if it could get close to 100 like it did last week? Seriously. And it's all about the float, guys. 657,000 shares in the float, ridiculously low, and that's why these stocks can do this. Wow. Taking out 18 now. And I think I thought maybe it was going to get halted, but no. Oh boy, the temptation to chase this is overwhelming just because of the room it's got. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, which is a darn good thing. Boy, IPST is really this was not shortable for me, I'm sure. Yeah, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, IPST. Giving up the VWAP now. I have to keep telling myself, don't do it, Barry, don't do it. See how the relative volume now is only 171 now, 171 times normal. I think this just got halted, right? Yeah, this is going to get halted. Going to see a big red here. Oh, well, that was surprising. A lot of it had a penny spread for about 10 seconds, and that is usually the sign that it's going to get halted, but it did not. Usually, when the spread tightens like that on a stock that's like moving and it's not moving, it's going to get halted. Yeah, thank you. Traders who may have missed the WITO, here's another W stock, but the only problem is, I mean, it's a crazy low float, but the only problem is there's just no volume in it. Okay. Okay, guys, this MRAM is almost going negative, okay? And the next low looking left for MRAM, MRAM, is 17. So there is a ton of room underneath, a couple of dollars, $3, $2, sorry. Boy, this got hammered down. MNSO, little China stock. Okay, guys, SBCX looked like it hit a bit of a wall at right around the 150 mark. So maybe I couldn't have traded WETO either. Monica? Oh no, Monica. I think Monica is. I think Monica. I think you were able to trade it right at IB. WETO or no? Maybe not. Okay, yeah. So IB allowed us. Well, let's see where it could open. But it's been halted several times, so this is not. This is the third halt. So yeah. So what I'm displaying here, this is the time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, here's my stock. Here's the halt price. This is trying to tell you where it could open. This column here, and typically they are a 5-minute halt. So I know the first halt was a 10-minute halt. You know what? I have to stop yakking. Look at this. Look at this PFSA now. I really have to stop. Seriously, I'm missing out. 615 on this alert. 615, 664 now. 677. So guys, you're on your own for the rest of the day. I gotta do some trading on my own. I'm kind of kidding. And it just got halted too. So here's a little silver play, guys. For some reason, this one is moving. Silver play. Let's take a look at SLV though. Let's see what the sector is doing. SLV, and it is So silver is moving. So this is the EXK was down for the day, but silver is certainly a strong sector. So it's just sort of maybe EXK is trying to catch up. I don't know. Maybe they had some specific news. They did have some specific news. Okay. Reports operations suspended at their Terra Nera mine in Jalisco in Mexico. So that's the news. So that's why this is not moving with what's sort of moving now with the index, but it's it's still negative. Meanwhile, WETO came out of its halt and went crazy. Guys, I mean, I'd be all over this one if there was more volume. Okay, I just don't like the volume on this. I'm talking about the WYHG, just because it has that same look as the WETO. In terms, the WETO is more dramatic, but it still has a ton of room, both on the weekly. Actually, I better revise that. I mean, it still has room. I mean, it's got it's got over $1 on the daily chart. Okay, this has been a crazy one in the past. JDZG, another low float. A lot of volume though. I mean, look at the volume in the WETO is 11,657,000 in the float. Float turnover is 17. Not crazy. We've had float turnovers of way more than 17, but it's still, this is the one today, obviously. Oh, AGPU is actually an earnings play. I didn't realize that. AGPU is an earnings play. Okay, guys. Well, things have finally settled down a little bit for me in terms of the number of alerts I'm getting. So Beyond's having, I'm going to say a little bit of a bounce, but not really. So let's see where Wheato could open. So there it is, halted at 2132. So no big clue, no big clue right now. And PFSA just got halted on the way down. Okay. Would have been a quick trade. Oh, sorry. It opened. Sorry. Just resume not. So what did it get halted? I got halted at 669. So it's not going to probably give me the plus it. I didn't even know this. I hadn't seen this earlier, but this got halt. This is the fifth halt, sixth halt, or the sixth halt for it. Well, now it did. Now it got halted. Okay, again. But that's the sixth halt of the day for PFSA. Okay, so this, excuse me, earnings play, but this is a reversal now. Okay, gap up and reverse. Okay, so DUOT. Wow, WETO just opened and exploded again. But wow, so got up to 2367 and came right back down to 20. The risk management offsets. Are you talking about something within trade ideas, Nick? If so, where? But where in where? Oh, and edit strategy. Okay, so I'm going to have to open Brokers Plus. Okay, just give me a moment. Going to get an error message probably. Maybe I'm not. So offset. This is what you're talking about. This offset here. Okay, that is that is a number. Okay, not as far as I know. That is not a percent. The offset typically, well, here also here. Well, you can pick. Okay, you can pick percent or dollars. Okay, I don't use this at all, so that's why I'm a little vague on my answer. But you can obviously pick percent or dollars. Okay. Actually, that's for the target. I don't know. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I really don't know. I don't use this at all, so I'm not like that offset right there would be definitely a number. Okay, okay, like point. Well, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. I mean, Pepe, do you know? Typically, the offset means how willing. I don't know. I don't know right now. Yeah, I don't know. I've never used this. Okay, so I'm sorry, but if Pepe's here, he might chime in and say, yeah, that's or you have your pick of a percent or an actual number. Well, let me turn it on. Maybe that'll help. See, the limit offset. This is a number. Okay, this is what I'm used to. The limit offset is a number, not a percent. But I guess you can. I guess you can pick percent if you wanted to. Okay. Again, what the offset means is, okay, you get an alert, but the stock may be moving very quickly. How far outside of your alert are you willing to take the trade? I think most people use a number. I get, but here you can use a percent. So it's possible you can use a percent or a number when you get to the risk management. I think maybe I have to pick an account. Yeah, I just don't know. It looks like slippage, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks like slippage, but can you put a percent or a dollar amount? Man, I'm missing out on some of these. So WFF, did that get halted too? Just got halted also. All right, so this resumed, and is it over? Is it completely over? Probably not. Okay, but if it gets over 20 again, the WETO, it's had a big pullback from 2363 down to 1764. But if it takes out 20 again, it's possible I'll have another run. Well, I've got a price alert at 20 just to see if it gets back over 20, the WETO. Doesn't mean I'll take it if it does, but I want to know about it if it does, and then check to see how it's trading, see what the spread looks like. And we'll have one more run and maybe attack the high of the day. There's the VWAP way down here. I mean, that would be a big pullback. Oh, nice. All right, guys. Have to switch my focus to something else now. So WFF. Okay, so that got halted. No, it did not get halted. I thought it got halted, but it did not get halted. Not yet, anyway. Boy, look at all the. You know, this so many halts resumes now, or so many halts. GRNQ got halted. Not very much volume. So the Dow is picking up a little more steam on the downside. The Qs are still positive. The SPY is down a little. Boy, Stellantis car company just all time low. STLA. Oh, guys, the WETO, look at it, is trying to get through 20. So it had the pullback into the cloud, about halfway, had the pullback into the cloud, or the wave, I guess I call it the wave. These deep, well, shippers, I'm going to call them the shippers, guys. I mean, you're right. When you mentioned Fro in the pre-market, I'm sure the volume has picked up. You know, it had no volume at about 26,000 shares, but yeah, Fro and I think DHT is another one. ZIM. So IDN, I mean, look at the room. I mean, 387. So there's a lot of room on the daily chart. Had earnings, I guess, last week. Obviously, reaction was terrible, but trying to bounce somewhat. This is showing up on the again. You can see exactly what this scan is looking for. Daily trend reversals. Stock was down at least 5% the day before Friday, and it's up today. There are other filters involved, of course, but that's what it's looking for. That's the type of pattern it's looking for. That would be on the upside, and of course on the downside, there's just the reverse. Some stock that was up and now it's down today. Yes, I'm sorry. You're right. WFF is halted. I'm so many. I had to go scroll down to see. So when did that get halted? WFF got halted at 10:33. So it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt. And if it comes out when it comes out of its halt, if you're in this one right now, you're probably laughing because the potential open is 223. You're halted at 203. Potential open is here. It doesn't have to, but at least it looks like it's going to be above the halt price. Is that the first halt? That was the first halt also. Okay, came out of the halt, and what did it do? WFF? Oh my gosh, it's crazy, isn't it? So it came out of the halt at that was halted at what 203, and it just got halted again. It popped immediately up to 294, and it got halted again. Where are they out of? This is Malaysia. Okay, just one. Yeah, just one alert today. Yeah, just looking now. CDTG. There was only one alert for the AI today so far, and as we speak, there's the next one. Now, Resi has some room. REZI has some room. Okay, this could be interesting. 2260. The alert was at 2119. So this just triggered. What's the spread like? Pretty good. 2116, 2119. Again, another one that was beaten down on earnings and but trying to recover a little bit. Got above Friday's high. Okay, guys. I like the REZE or ZE. So mention this one. This is from our AI. Let's see if it has any run in it. It's got room, obviously. Not telling anybody to do the same thing. Boy, oh boy, you know what? That CDTG from our AI actually was pretty good. Look, I mean, it's choppy, but you had the alert at 257. It actually hit the stop and then came halfway between. And so if you'd just waited, if you'd waited for the a reentry price, which would have been 253, a little bit below the original alert price, it's a pretty good move. You know, it was very choppy at the beginning, but and you know, you've got to worry. Well, if you're in this one, there is the VWAP at 293. Come on, Resi, get into the 40s. Well, that was from our AI. Okay, just so you know, the alert was at 2119. Do I expect a huge move? No. I mean, it's it's still bad news for this company, but bad news. I mean, had earnings, and obviously the reaction was not great. Well, where could this open? Still looks like a positive open for WFF, halted at 294. Again, guys, blue window I'm displaying here. Nothing to do with trade ideas. I have to repeat myself because I get emails. You know, where is that blue screen in trade ideas? It's not. It's time and sales from Interactor Brokers, okay? And so there's the halt price, 294. Column trying to show you where it could open. And typically, yes. Okay. REZI. Nice. Nice. All I had to do is put a little price alert in the mid 40s and it hit it. So just because it had, not great news 2 days ago because of earnings, I'm taking some off. Okay. You don't have to do the same thing. And again, I took it because it had all the room in the world to the daily high. No, nice, 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 nice. So again, this is what I'm talking about. We had the alert at 2119. We're at 2157 right now for the Resi. We had an alert for CDTG at 257. Could have probably made a little money on the original alert, but then it hit the stop. Came halfway between the original alert and the stop, which is 253. So if you even just waited for the reentry, would have been pretty good on a percentage basis. 7%, over 7%. Hmm. JFU. Now I know we had an alert earlier. 250 hasn't really moved yet. This is why I like the don't repeat version. Okay, I can see the. This is what you would get if you load it from my homepage. You'll get something that looks more like this, a repeating version. Okay, you'll see the stock over and over again. You only see the stock one time here. and that's in my don't. That's why it says DR. Don't repeat. I can go back and say, well, what happened from the original alert? 241 hasn't really moved. Well, I thought about shorting this, but it looks to me like there could be some reasonable support around the 950 mark. And this is an earnings play, still up for the day, but it is fading. This is DUOT. Boy, Resi's giving me way more than I thought. So far, no bounce for the EYPT. Okay, no real bounce for it. I have that one thumbnail just in case. It's just I had bad news. It's a bio or a pharma, and whatever they released, not good. Here's their news. Stock plummets on mixed primary data from its blindness drug study. Okay. So it's just kind of hanging in here. But you know what? I will put a price limit around 467 in case it does have a little bit of a bounce later on. Well, SpaceX is coming back, guys. Looks like it's going to challenge 150 again. What did it get to? It got literally to about 140, about 149.71. 149.68. That's the high of the day. So it's challenging the high. So wow. Oh man. Was this buyable at Interactive Brokers, Monica? WFF? Look at the alert we had at 174, 353 now. Wow. Look at this, some of these moves. Okay, the Wheato looks like it's over now, guys. I mean, it is pulling. Well, I shouldn't say that. Until I take a look at where the VWAP is, I think it's getting closer to the VWAP. Okay, I put a price alert at 20 to see if it would take it out. Okay, Rafa. Okay, you're a tennis fan. What a player! If that's why you've chosen Rafa. Okay. All right, met you guys. METU. So the stock, Meta, the stock is down. I'm sorry, a little over 2.5%. Okay. That's the stock. This is the double bull. So this is shortable, but I'm watching to see whether or not it can hold 20. Yeah. I mean, I would never chase this now on a short down, but will it? Now let's take a look at the stock, Meta. And you can see, I mean, it's exactly the same, of course. And the next low on a weekly chart for Meta is 558. And William, I think you mentioned something about new wave of lawsuits or something. The Meta jurors who won't decide Meta's fate. The Meta jurors who won't decide Meta's fate. Okay. Okay. It's interesting news if you read that. Well, it is. I mean, it's very incredibly choppy, but it is a great bounce for IPSD from 640 to 790. Yes. Held well, it got into the VWAP area, and I think it just got halted. No? Yes? No. Wow. I mean, this could, I mean, what if it gets over that? Wow. Well, it did just get halted. I'm sure it's going to get halted. Uh, wow. It's got to get halted. It's got to get halted. There's no way in the world it can remain there and not be halted. Sure, make a liar of me. I'm really surprised. Really whippy, guys. Really whippy. Got up to 969, pulled all the way back to 850. Still halted. WFF still halted. And this could open at 387 in that area. So still, it's even though it's been halt. This is the well, it's only the second halt. I'm sorry, it is the third halt. Well, let's see if Wedo has the bounce in it. Okay, WETO. Let's see if Wedo has the bounce. There it is, right at the VWAP. Okay, got into the VWAP. Will this bounce off the VWAP? The VWAP is depending whether or not you're using pre-market data or not. I am in this case. 1561 is the VWAP. If you're not, it's way down at 15. But will that act as support for the WETO? You've got to deal with a spread right now, but if it moves $2 or $3, that spread won't matter. My thoughts of shorting it, probably I can't at Interactive Brokers, but well, it's like anything else. I mean, a low float stock. I mean, eventually it's going to run out of steam, sure, but when? But I cannot short it. There are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Eventually, all these things run out of steam, but I mean, it's it's a challenge to predict where. I mean, it still has room. Traders are looking at this. It still has room to 1053. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. When in retrospect, when you look at some of these, you think, oh yeah, look at the WTO. It was so obvious to short it right here. Was it? I mean, was it? It could have kept moving. Some might have said, "Oh, right here, that's it." I mean, it's gone from 10 to 15. Got to short it here. Okay, well, maybe not there. Okay, now it's 17. Well, maybe not there. Okay, how about here? 19. Well, how about here? You know what I mean? It's really hard with these low float stocks. In retrospect, it looks obvious. Luckily, I usually don't have to make up or don't have to have a decision on that because there's usually no shorts available for me for these low float stocks at Interactive Brokers. So it's probably a darn good thing. But don't let me stop you, Rob. So WFF just opened. So where? Ah, okay, yeah, you've got Cobra. So yeah, Cobra, Centerpoint, or Trade Zero specialize in having shorts available for virtually anything. Wow, look at the IPST now. You got to have a lot of nerve on these low float stocks. All right, guys. So it's about 11:06 now. So in about 50 minutes, 55 minutes or so, I'll be taking a break, and Chris Varley will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Haven't even seen ZTG. What's the volume? 106. That's probably the reason. Yeah. Oh gosh. And unbelievably, there are shorts available. There are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. And it's, oh, I see why you're even talking about it. So it just got halted. There are shares available, 211,000 shares. Now, whether or not they would let me take them, I don't know. Okay, guys, maybe keep an eye on Hive. Hive, HIVE, had some news this morning. You can see what it was doing. It was sort of hanging around the VWAP area, trying to maybe break out over three. You know, it is starting to be sneaky good again, guys. Look at the WFF. Well, Rob, you said, I mean, you might have, I don't know if you really shorted it for real, but my goodness, that's what I'm saying. I mean, yes, I guess if you had been able to get it, near this area up here and cover somewhere down there, but you decided to go long, okay, because so tricky. All right, habanero. I think this is habanero. No, it isn't. It is not habanero. HAO. Another. Guess what? Low flow China stock. It got halted on the. Okay, that got halted on the way down. It is resumed. It is resumed. Well, Poe, it's the old joke. You calling me crazy? Okay, crazy. Call me Ishmael. Yeah, this got ugly. My size, I got ugly. Got up to what 420, and then right down to 340. Good for you, Gold Mine. Finally, we have some people who read books in the room. Nobody reads books anymore. They probably don't even know what Moby Dick means. So halted again? Is this halted again? The WFF? No, it is not halted again. Actually, interesting. It's not halted again. And what's the like? None of these may be over. I mean, the Wheato may not be over. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. I have all these. If you're wondering, how I know all this, well, no. I mean, I've got some of these stocks thumbnailed on my other monitor. Okay, so that's why I'm keeping a look at or an eye on the things like the IPST and the Wheato. So even though you don't see it here, but now this did that get halted again? WFF has to get halted. The minute you see a 1 cent spread on a stock that is just going crazy, it's going to get halted. And this is not, so this is Malaysia. So this is not China, but it's Malaysia. Boy, this one early on, guys, is AMA. Let's see how had a pullback here. This is a a two-time ETF for a MAT, the stock AMAT, and it had an upgrade this morning. The stock AMAT had an upgrade from Morgan Stanley. Well, I don't know if it was an upgrade, but they put equal weight and a target of 642. So I think they've been covering this for a long time. And it had earnings the other day and did not, it was not good. Post market, yeah. So that was the reaction on Friday. So on Thursday, it did hit a high of 563 and 496 low was on Friday. Okay, Juan. We'll see you tomorrow. Western Union. Let's take a look at this one. Western Union, WU. I guess they still exist, obviously, but lifetime range way down. If you had a lifetime candle, it'd be way down or near the low. So Resi was an okay trade. It wasn't. I mean, I got a little excited. I thought maybe it could even keep going a little bit more, but it was okay. Okay, Poe, you're take. Did you say you're going to take this one for a bounce? ZTG, and I think it just got halted on the way up. Hey guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, a little bit of a jump here. Guys, I've got an echo going here. You guys have an echo too? Which means I've got there's two versions of the room open. I don't understand. No echo. So it's on my end. I have to fix it. I do have to fix it. Where the heck is that other? Yeah, but the echo is on my end, and so I have to fix that. So I might have to shut the room down, guys, and reload it. Doesn't I'm not people won't get booted out, but I might have to shut the room down because I can't figure out why I'm getting an echo now. Okay, so I'm going to okay, I'm gonna restart. Okay, hopefully there's no echo. No, not on my end now. Okay, I just get the screen sharing going again. Luckily, the room loads really quickly. You don't have to spend a lot of time. Just a couple of clicks, and I can load it. Okay, guys, I just had to rearrange, as always, things in my other monitor. Oh, sorry. You asked about where's the projected. Wow, look at WFF. Oh, brother. It's incredible. We've got, we've had IPST, we've had WITO, we've got this one, WFF, maybe pose, maybe for you, well, I don't know. If it can take out 250 or 265, that might have a run also. Guys, the WITO now at 8 again, 18 again. WETO I'm talking about. Do I stream every morning? Yes, I do. If you want to come into a more active room, though, there is a way more active room, Nash. YouTube is kind of dead, in my opinion, but it's fine. I guess if you just want to hear me and see my screen, yeah, this is what I stream every day. My layout. What you're seeing here is my layout, and yeah, we talk. Oh, I'll tell you where the active room is. So if you click on my homepage link, talking to Give me a moment. Just give me a moment as I resize this. Okay, so I'm talking to Nash in our YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, then you scroll down a bit, you see the trading room. It's free. Okay, it's free, but a couple of big benefits. There's a lot more action in this room. More traders are in the room, and also it's open at around 7 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so if you're looking for an active room in the pre-market, you can come into this room. It's open around 7 o'clock in the morning. Okay, Eastern time, of course. All right. Well, let's take a look at the ZTG PO for you, and if it opens decently, so well, 228. So it's not, there's your halt at 227. So hopefully it doesn't open below that. Yeah, it's up to you. I mean, if you just want to, if you don't care about interacting with other traders, Nash, then you don't have to come into the room. And if you don't care about the pre-market at all, then that's another reason maybe not to come into the room. YouTube's fine. We just don't get a lot of people in there. All right, I got to say it. Who the heck uses Groupon still? But here's GRPN moving down. Probably, I'm sure this had a reverse split because I'm sure there were way more shares outstanding. I don't mean a reverse split today, but because I'm sure there at one point there were way more shares than 19 million outstanding. Well, they must have some kind of a business model going, but because they're still around as a company. What do they say now? Engages in global scale, two-sided marketplace that connects consumers to merchants. I mean, it's one of the. I remember when 2008. It's one of the. It was a big success back then. Well, here's another one that near a lifetime low, guys. Oddity Tech. Okay, so Facebook or sorry, Meta is it's holding. This is the I may see now. 2011, 2009, 2011. The view app is up here at 2043. May act as a bit of a magnet. Richard, are you in the room today? I know you've been using the gap scanner. Just wondering if you got anything that worked well for you. All right, guys. Well, that hive is still sort of hanging around that $3 level. SpaceX is still, hanging around the 150 level. It's 150, 148 and a half. So it's still kind of hanging around the 150 level. Guido now looks like it's really starting to give it up, as is IPST. So the only one probably, there's the WFF that came out of the halt, resumed. Well, I thought about this VCX, but I think the spread was, the spread is not great. 38.16, 38.50. I looked at it when we got the alert at 37.40, but the spread wasn't great. Now, would it have mattered? No, because it popped a dollar, but you don't know what's going to do that. Okay, now that is finally the big pullback, okay, for WFF. Big pullback. We got up to 673 and it just got halted on the way down at 489. But again, tough to predict. Oh, Poe, are you going to be happy? Are you going to be happy or what? Well, the next high over here on the 5 minute is $4. I'm not saying it's getting there, but not a lot of volume. I mean, 675,000 shares would be down 70%. It's, but it's where are they out of? I mean, it looks obvious where they're out of, but not necessarily. Yeah, there's not even a profile. I don't even know what they do. A recent IPO. Petrol stations face sales collapse due to new 12 p.m. pricing rule. Okay. I have no idea what they do. Can't trade it? Okay, thank you, Monica. Not tradable for us at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so that's too bad. Even though they say there's 211,000 shares to short, but they won't let you do that. Well, if they won't let you buy it, they're not going to let you short it, even though they have shorts available. Yeah, it just got halted again. A heck of a get at $2. But I'm not. I can't beat myself up because I couldn't have got it. We don't can't trade it at IB. So okay, guys. Let's see if there's anything else. I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes, little less, a little over 20 minutes from now. Chris Farley will take over from me in our YouTube room. How about this T Triple B? I haven't seen this one for a long time. Triple B Foods, and where are you out of? Mexico. I should know that. The Mexican flag. I should have known that. Um, TBBB. Position in lifetime range. It's basically a lifetime high. That would be the lifetime high, I guess. Not I guess. That would be the lifetime high on Friday. Oh man, this is the one I wanted to short a little earlier. LFTO. Yeah, now it's starting to move down, but I think I'm a little too late, perhaps. I don't know. It's an all time low. It's an all time low, but I wish I'd got it more up here in the 1970s. Why not? I'm going to put a price alert for SpaceX around the 150 mark. What am I looking for? Well, the 150 break. I mean, I'm not saying I'm going to take the trade, but I mean, obviously 150 would be a pretty psychological barrier to get through. Okay. That's what it hit. It hit one, man, last week it got up to 149.60. Today it got up to 149.68. So you can kind of see that if it can take out 150, it could go on another little excursion. 167 would be the next high on the daily chart, on the weekly chart. But right now, it is a psychological barrier to get through the 150 mark, in my opinion. Not sure I've ever seen this one before. Amentum Holdings, AMTM. Let's see. There's obviously moving down, but let's see where it could go on a weekly chart. 2012. So too close. Too close. Yeah, well, we've been talking about this one, CRG. Poe in the room took it at $2, but I think you said you're out of it. That's a great move. 2 to 340, great percentage moves. It has a little bit of room, guys. This APUS, I mean, it's trying to come back. Okay, it got hammered down. I don't know if it had some obviously should have had some news, though I don't see any news. That's right. I think we looked this morning, didn't we, William? We didn't see any news for the APUS. But it is trying to come back. The VWAP is up here at 470. And another low float, 700,000 in the float. Oh, right. Loss was that today? Was that today, William? Loss and going concern? I mean, I have news for APUS, just not today. Okay. Okay. Thank you, William. Okay. Well, the SPY is now, ticking down. Dow is down. The not a lot. Qs are still up. Before I take my break, 11:43. So let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, Doc Channel Bar. I should do this around 10:30. I'm going to click on Show More. These are all theme-based channels. Take a look at the sectors. How have they changed since the pre-market? SMH probably is still the top one, just based on the cues. Silver. Okay, well, silver and SMH were the top two, I believe. And the weakest one is consumer staples, which you can see consumer staples, virtually 94% of the ones that make up this anyway, are down for the day. Let's see if there's any disaster. Well, this is Constellation, right? This is, I think, beer and stuff, beer and wine. STZ, don't think it's an earnings play. It's not an earnings play. Yeah, so People aren't drinking anymore, or I would have thought they've been drinking more. Here's Molson's tap, Molson Coors tap. So these two alcohol plays are down. Just looking to see if there's any other major. Adobe's down. So most of the tech stocks, well, that's not true. Most of this, it's about 50, little less than 50-50 in terms of the ones that are up versus ones that are down. Look at Adobe. Adobe's down 4%. Ah, they sold their shares. Okay. Thank you, William. Whereas Western Digital is up a lot. And there's that Micron. Here's the AMAT. Remember the AMA? So that's a look at some of the stocks within the major sectors. So yeah, so WFF had quite a big pullback, but it kind of held the VWAP. 466 is the VWAP. It's kind of held it, and now it's moving again. So WFF. I have no idea what you mean by that, William. Woodward. No idea what you mean by that. RNXT. My drinking comment. Okay. AGPU. Almost at 10, guys. Almost at 10. This is an earnings play. AGPU. $10 is the next high looking left on the weekly. NUVB. Now coming into probably some resistance up here on the daily. So okay, guys, I was mentioning the APUS just around the 410 mark, and yeah, that's 420. Getting close, the VWAP can act as a bit of a magnet. Okay, guys, 11:49, about 10 minutes. I'll be taking a break. Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, Hive now is trying maybe to get through that 3 level. Had some news eye-catching news, but the fact that it is a 271 million in the float, signs $350 million cloud services pact with an enterprise. It's valued over 5 years with an enterprise customer, but it's got a lot in the float. This would have ripped so much higher if it had, way less in the float. It's getting into the 200-day moving average also. CABA. Well, CAP is through the 200-day moving average now, guys. CABA through the 200-day moving average, and the next high is 297. If it can get through, well, it may still have some too much resistance nearby. IPST, okay, it won't die. IPST won 11 races, won't quite die. IPST trend is up. Yeah, I'm just reading, guys, that a lot of people are using our AI assistant now. I'm just looking at our internal Slack thread. A lot of people are using the AI assistant to create scans. Well, it's been live for a long time. It's been live for a long time, Poe. At least a month, maybe even more. Try it out. Well, if you don't see AI assistant up here, then you're, well, not even the latest version, the version before this. But if you look at your toolbar, if you've got AI assistant, then it's live. It's then you have it in the toolbar. If you see what I'm pointing at, it's been around for at least a month, maybe longer. Hive guys on the move here. Hive is on the move. So you don't have that. Okay, you don't have that as an option. Okay. Well, guys, there it is. Okay, so SpaceX now is at the high of the day. Okay, and can it take out that 150? I'm gonna have to put a price alert. I'll put a price alert around 150.26 to see if it gets through that. Okay, guys, I got about 5 minutes. Chris sometimes shows up a little early, so I'm going to put my announcement in right now. So on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. I'm still here, of course, until Chris shows up. I just want to know if it takes out 150. I'm not going to take the trade at 150 if it triggers it. I just want to know if it hits 150, and then we can see, does 150 act as a bit of a base that it can move off of? I wouldn't be trading SPCX though. I'd be trading the ETF, the company ETF. Okay, the SPCH. That's what I would be trading. Just want to know if it hits it. Okay, and then here is the link to get into YouTube. All right, guys. So just waiting for Chris to show up now. Wow. WFF. Okay, Poe, you might be getting your pullback now a little bit, but I think you want it to pull back a lot more. There's for the ZTG. Well, actually, it just got halted on the way down. Well, is it halted on the way up? I guess that's right. It did get halted had a little pullback, so it got halted on the way up. Okay. Well, it's hard. It's hard to tell. Though it looks like halted on the way up because that's the close. It closed at the high of the bar, so I guess it got halted on the way up. All right, guys, 11:59. So I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. SWMR. Oh, this one. Yeah, this is a swarmer. This was a really active one when it came out as an IPO 2 months ago. Got all the way up to about $84. A low float, 4.3 million in a float for a $46 stock. That is very low. German drone maker Helsing enlists Rakuten to broker Japan military deal. Okay. And there's a little pop. So I think there's Chris in our YouTube room. So guys, I'll take my break now. We'll see you guys in the main room in about 1 hour from now. And now, the one, the only, maybe there are others. Maybe there are other Chris Varleys out there, but the only one I know is the one at Trade Ideas. So how are you doing?
Never been better.
Never been better.
Never.
Wow. Never. Those, that's a strong announcement, Todd. Never
It
been
is.
better.
It's
and yet you've had a wedding day. Just trying to think of other things that you might have been better.
Child being born. But nope, today is better than all those days put together.
Wow, put together. Okay, excellent. Well, I'm glad to have. Maybe I had something to do with it just by welcoming you into the room. Okay, Chris. Enough frivolity. I'll take my leave, and we'll see you in about an hour.
Sounds good. Thanks, Barry. We'll see you in a little bit. Take care. All righty, everybody. So Barry heading for a break. I think we got eyes on my screen. Just double checking. Yeah, looks good. All right, perfect. So a happy Monday to you all. Hopefully you had a nice weekend. Got out there, did some things besides look at computers and charts and stocks and whatnot. And give your mind a break. And we're back in the saddle today on Monday. As always, no pre-done content for this. Rely on you folks to drive the content of this with your questions. It's an open forum. So, we just can't answer the questions that are not asked. We do feel it's best when you folks are driving the content of this. Take things in the direction that you're looking to go with the software, what you're trying to look for, scan, functionality, so on and so forth. And I find very often when we start get a good back and forth and rapport with some users, other folks will jump in, pile on to those items, pivot some things, and it gives that good community vibe where everybody's trying to learn together. As always, if I'm getting the silent treatment, you folks aren't asking any questions, I will do what I can to keep this engaging and informative relative to, obviously, Trade Ideas, the software, first and foremost. And second, the market itself. So again, please get those questions in for me. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Give it a moment here. See if we can't solicit a question or two from you all. All right, nothing coming in. Let me type out a response to a user I'm trying to get in here. All right. So fair enough, nothing coming in. Let's we're going to run down the top 10 on my relative strength from the open list in that case. Yeah. All right, so it'll be this scan right here that I'm doing, marked it with that pink X. And let's start with the one that's leading this race and won the last race. It is in that top 10 as well. So CDTG. I feel like it was a tongue twister of letters. So having itself not a too shabby day here, 84 cents, which is good for a little over 40% up from the prior close. Obviously, long term, the stock looks like a hot mess. However, for those that are day trading, certainly interesting looking. Let's get a 5-minute chart. Sorry, let's forget. Bring that out because I'm not using these kinds of smaller time frame charts anymore. But yeah, pretty good open here. Gapped up, faded down a little bit, and got itself marching right back up. So it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes in. And then started getting really volatile. I guess there's some volatility right there with that topping shadow, but quite the bottoming shadow there. Came down, flushed, ran itself back up. It's come back down to that level and bounced off it again. So we can see this level is definitely a major level of interest for buyers and sellers. Sellers dragged it down to it. Buyers have bounced it back off of it several times, and now it's breaking above $3 again. Looks like some more volume had come into it while doing that. So we'll see where it heads from here, but a nice and liquid stock at 4.6 million shares traded and counting, with a nice set of volume, relative volume there, 127.48 now, 0.5. So that means the volume is increasing in the stock again. We just saw that do that live right there. Daryl, how's it going? Small float stock, 2.77 million on that float. So something to consider there. Yeah. So that's what we're looking at with that. Probably going to remain interesting the rest of the day, whether you're looking at it long or you're looking at it short. I will say the stock's definitely got personality of leaving bag holders by the end of the day, just based on those topping shadows all over the place there. So just something to keep in mind to protect yourself and your profits, and or just your account in general. Probably shouldn't have said protect your profits, but protect yourself and your capital, because what we are is risk managers at the end of the day. Anywho, let's move on now to the number one winner, also winning this race, and now has won the last race as we've started going through, is WFF. So this is up $8.72 as of right now, good for just over 600% on the day. Looks like it had quite the day last, I don't know, maybe it was last Friday, the Friday before last. Not exactly sure, but I'm not going to count back all those days. Started off today not really doing a whole lot of anything, and just bang, out of nowhere, absolute monster volume coming in. Over 37.2 million shares traded on the day today, and it's doing 1,400 times what it's normally doing for volume. And that's incredible because we've got a couple of weeks here with some serious volume, and it is for this week already has surpassed those past weeks just from today's volume alone. That is incredible. It's Monday at 12:08, and it has already surpassed the volume of the past 2 weeks, and it's probably going to surpass the past 2 weeks combined. So that is nothing to sneeze at for some really, really, really serious volume right there. Yeah. One of those ones you're going to want to be real careful if you're getting involved with it, though. I'll tell you that right now. So it's WFF. Let's move on. WETO. And again, folks, if someone has something they want to discuss, talk about, take this in another direction, feel free to interrupt me. I'm only doing this to fill airtime right now. I'm going to be very honest and very blunt with you folks. I do not think this is a good use of my time whatsoever for you folks or the company. But if I'm getting the silent treatment, I'm not going to sit here with this, all silent and just let the screen go and not say anything to you folks. But I, don't feel like this is a very good use of anyone's time, to be honest. I think the best use of time is folks asking questions to get help with the software that they need. But again, if questions aren't being solicited, you folks aren't asking questions, I got to do something to fill this dead air time while we're here. With that said, let's move to WETO. So another high flyer. I think we've got a theme going on here. A couple Chinese stocks on the lower float side. This thing is ridiculously low floated, under 1 million in the float. Gapped itself up. Gap and go has really run, pulled back. This 15 area. It's an interesting area to be looking at as far as intraday goes here. I'm sure you could throw up various moving averages or VWAP or God knows whatever else is out there for indicators that you want and find some stuff with those too. I'm more of just a support, resistance, and volume and price action kind of person. That's just my 2 cents. However you want to do that. We do have declining volume in it at this point, but we're still looking pretty decent overall. I would imagine that the stock will stay fairly active the rest of the day. I'm also fairly confident that this thing has had a reverse split or two, possibly in the not so distant past. And this again has some personality to it. Those topping shadows, often leaving bag holders, but it has some bottoming shadows too. I can't ignore those. Not quite the same as the topping shadows it has. Definitely they exist though. So that is WETO. Let's move on to STFS. So this one, not really that interesting, but another Chinese stock, another low floater. So again, folks, looks like we got a theme going on here. A lot of topping shadows on this here in that 5-minute chart. Again, the daily chart showing us a lot of the same stuff. Again, plenty of liquidity and volume early on, fading now. It's basically giving back all what it did earlier. Make of that what you will. I don't think that that's going to be of much interest the rest of the way going forward today, but one never knows. Can't really predict it, of course. Got a question. So, diplomacy. Give it time. Use your software a long time, with 3 years maybe. Wonder, can we benefit from your software if I want to get in and out of trades like short time during the day? Well, we're not a broker, so you getting in and out of trades. We have our Brokerage Plus interface, so you can trade. Let me bring this over. You can trade directly from our software to the following brokers: Alpaca, E-Trade, IB, and TradeStation. I lean towards TradeStation as my preferred broker personally, but to each their own. They all have a few goods and bads with them. And so, you can trade directly from our software to one of those brokers if you have an account with them. And you've got an order entry panel down here that you can do stuff with. You can create some pre-done strategies that you can, either right-click and trade off the chart like that. You could right-click and trade off the scans if you wanted. We also have these trade tickets here off the chart, or you can trade off the chart. We got the advanced trade ticket here if you want some more fanciness with what you're doing. It's some, I won't say level 2, but it's a combination of some time and sales and some other data in there with bid ask and whatnot. So not quite level 2, not quite only time and sales, but definitely quite a bit more than we used to offer. So those are some things you could look to like that. What we do well and that you're not going to get with any broker is our scanning and in real time and telling you what's moving based on what you've done for your scans, right? There's no need to refresh the scans manually, or you don't feed stocks in the scan unless you want to look at a specific universe of stocks that you've created, or universe that we might have within the software built in. But our scans, when you build a scan, it's going to look at the entire market and it's going to say, hey, stock XYZ is meeting your criteria right now that you are looking for. And there's nobody else that can do that like we can. It's just that simple. Not any other broker or software, or not any broker or any other software out there. So that's the options that you have right there as far as those things and the way they tie into each other. We don't offer pre-built automated strategies. This is one of those weird things for me that I have to tell people, but there's no software out there, there's no company, there's no service out there that you can just buy and they'll just automate things for you. Anybody that's claiming that, I'm just going to come right out and say they're a liar and a scammer without any question. And I'm not even going to debate that with anybody. Our software offers automated abilities, but you have to create the scan yourself. And that general path of creating your own automated scans is you'll have an idea for a scan, you'll build it and back test it. And among the first back tests, you'll decide, is this even something viable? If you believe it's something viable, you can then take it to those next levels with optimizing the scan. If you optimize a scan to the point you think it may be successful in automation, you would then move into paper trading that for a while. If paper trading were to be successful, then you'd move into live automation. But I'm sorry to bust people's bubbles with this one, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings or offend anybody. But there's no such system where you can just pay some money and it'll automate money for you and make it for you. I'm sorry. If there was something like that, I'd be doing that right now, and I wouldn't be here. We have a lot of pre-built scans, but they're not done for automation. It's just idea generation. That's the software's name is Trade Ideas, and that's the idea. That's the function and purpose behind the software is trade ideas, idea generation. So, one thing I would suggest, if you or for anybody else that's out there that's serious about automating their trading, join these live streams daily. Ask some questions about building scans, things of that nature. We could always go over some back testing and some thoughts and some ideas. We could build out some stuff together for templates, let you folks kind of guide the direction it wants to go or you want to go with it. And you do that all for free. You don't have to take any kind of subscription or anything like that. And then, if and when you get to a place where you feel comfortable to really start to take it and run to that next level, then you'd subscribe. You'd have to be a premium / Apex subscriber, whatever we're calling it this week. And, and then move forward from there with the legwork that we did together during these live streams and going forward with that. Net trade, how's it going? How are the SPCX doing today? I don't know. I got it here on a watch list, but I don't really pay attention to it. And what do I think of it? I have no thoughts on it whatsoever. I think it's an IPO, and I think if you were to historically run things about IPOs and whatnot, it's usually best to buy after the first year if you're looking to buy into it, if that's where you're going with it. But outside of that, I think this 150 area, has already established itself as a line here in the sand. There's just not enough data for me to really do much of anything because it's got just over 2 months since it IPO'd. Ba-dum. So good stuff, good stuff. Keep the questions coming. Move this back out of the way. And start to go back over, the stuff from the relative strength scan here from the open. Oh, no, I won't. My favorite setup, I keep saying this, and then I want a prerequisite with let me go over a few things about it after I say this. But my favorite setup is stocks that are going up, and I know how that sounds, but bear with me while I go over some stuff. All right, so I have one scan that I derive most of what I'm going to do from. I'm a swing trader only, so this scan here, I'll share out that scan real fast. I'll share a cloud link to it. And then Steve, I'm going to circle into this while I'm answering Kevin. We do not have EMAs. We only have SMAs. You'll find everything we offer for SMAs in the configure and the search of the configure of a scan. And I could go over a little more of that in detail in just a moment if you bear with me here. My evening scan, share, copy. So there's a copy to that scan for you. And real quick, what I'm doing in this scan here, and I could probably refine this more at this point, but I don't need to or care to at this point. But I'm looking for stocks that are $11 or more, traded 750,000 shares on the day or more. I really want that to be probably 1.5 million or more at this point in my trading journey. They got to be 75% above the low of the 20-day range. So this means stocks are moving up over the last 20 days. And they got to be 75% above the low of today's range, which means that they closed on the upper end of today's range. I usually go through this scan in the later evenings or very, very early pre-market hours for stocks that interest me based on the charts themselves. And then they'll go on a short list, the few stocks that, and this is only when I'm looking for positions to enter. Like currently, I'm not looking for any positions to enter. I'm in what I'm in at this point. But if I find stocks that I'm interested in entering, they'll go on a short list that I track, and I will stalk those stocks for, I don't know, I'll generally say 3 or 4 days minimum. But I suppose if the setup was like just really what my brain thinks is A plus, it could be like a day and a half, as short as that. But it's rare to maybe never that I'd ever enter a stock day of. And, someone might say, well, what happens if the stock just takes off on you because you waited? I'll say, okay, well, it's like 8,000 stocks out there. I'm going to find another one in the next couple of days. It'll be all right. But if I let FOMO dictate what I'm doing and not my discipline, I ain't going to be doing this very long. So with that said, let's look at some charts and see if I can find a chart that I like. And it goes back to that stocks going up. So this ABCL is kind of interesting. And had it not done this already, never mind, I'm lying. So looking at it on the weekly looks a little different than the daily. Here's why. Moving up nice. And had it made this pullback and maybe only pulled back into like this level here, it would be different. But it really came down and then flew itself up. So I would need to see this stock, either pull back down towards this gap or really kind of base itself somewhere up here in between $10 and $11 for 3, 4, 5, 6 days. I'm lying, probably 5, 6, 7, 8 days. It was close. It was close. But that long-term sell-off like that and then this move like that, too much for me to like it. But that's what I mean by going up. I want to see stocks, look, this thing it finally put in a low, it looks like. There's no way to know that was a low at the time. But we got a higher low and a higher low and a higher low and a higher low. So now when we got that many higher lows, we got a base in here. We got a low. And that's, that's over enough months to say that sell-off's low at that point anyways. And while we did that, we had a high and a higher high and a higher high and a higher high. So now we couple the low with the low, the higher low, the higher low, the higher low, the higher low, and we're trending up, stocks going up. And that's what I want. Pullbacks are all right, but they got to pull back to somewhere that makes sense, right? at least to my brain. So somewhere where it makes sense is we could see it was having trouble in this area right here. Couldn't quite get through it, sold off, then powered on through it and consolidated up here. This would have been a great setup. This is something I might have taken had it been on the scan and I'd been looking. This might have been something I would have been interested in. I would have gotten stopped out without a question. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. I'd have lost money on this one. But that setup right there, that's the kind of setup I like right there. That's what I like. So that that's kind of what I'm looking for there, Kevin. Let's see if we can find one more, maybe two more. Not enough. No. I want to like it. I want to, but I don't. Not enough. Someone will say, well, why not enough on this one? It really struggling at this 15 level. And, it got these levels right up above it that it looks like it could struggle with. There's not enough risk reward here for me. I'm risking, I don't know, down to here maybe to possibly make that. And it's expended a decent amount of energy to get to this level right now. So that's why that's a no for me. SPCF, SpaceX, nope. Yes, but the problem with this is what the stock that it is. When you see life engineering, physical or life science, physical engineering, and things like that, this is just one FDA or one trial or one whatever in their pipeline from you getting wiped out completely. But let's just take it as a chart for itself. It's just in a beautiful trend, gotten a little ahead of itself. Just love to see it pull back towards 15, consolidate maybe a little bit there, and then I'd be interested in it. So, give you a few examples of what I'm looking for there, Kevin. And if you have more questions, don't be shy. Pile those in. I just want to move on to Steve's with the 9 and the 20 and rising above. So what I would do in this case here, Steve, let me that's not the button I wanted to hit. Let me pull out an alert window here, the configure of an alert window, and let's look at just filters for right now. I'm going to category it to filters, SMA. And so let's see. Steve, hopefully you're with me still. So 9 and 20. So, we're going to look for a 10 and a 20 on these. You didn't give a time frame, so I'm going to go with daily for now. But if you have a different time frame you want, throw it out there. So let's see. We've got the 20-day SMA in a percent. I'm going to take that there. I'm going to add it to the scan. I'm going to do the same thing with the 10-day SMA. I'm going to add that to the scan. Now I'm going to work on some values for those. So essentially, I can't get it perfect with them rising above each other. What we can do is find stocks that are in the ballpark around the pricings of those. So let's say we could be just under it by 0.25 minus 0.25 minus 0.25, just above it with the 0.25. So we can find stuff that's basically either just at, below, or crossed between those. So now, in the show me function, show me stocks where the price is no more than that above it, where it's no more than that below it, or it's right at it. And I did that for both. So if you're ever having a question on, this is for everybody, if you're ever unsure what values do to a scan, when you're adding it the show me function on the text, as long as it has it in the words. Not all of them do that, unfortunately. But that's where it is there. So 15, 5, 2, and 1. We won't have any ones. We do have a 2. We do have a 5. We do have a 15 on those. So I will go ahead and let's do it on a 5 because I got a 5-minute chart up. So let's hide these unused. Let's come back here. So let's see a 10. Or you know what? We could do it in an 8 period because 8 SMA is going to be closer to a 9 EMA than the 10 SMA is. So let's go with 8 on the 5. Let's add that filter. And again, we're going to bracket price in minus 0.25. And you can make this tighter if you wanted than what I'm doing it. You go like minus 0.15 if you wanted. And 0.25. And then on the 20, on 5, I'm going to add that again. minus 0.25 and 0.25. And then I'm just going to give it some price metrics, some volume metrics here. Let's see, 750, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to go ahead and share this template out. 8, 5, cross, 25 with a question mark. Now, that's one component of the scan because that's the filters. Now we need an alert. And the alert that I'd point you to for this particular one that I personally like is going to be a 5-minute high. And I would do that as long as it's intraday, I would be doing that regardless of anything. So I'd add that alert. It's going to bring us to the selected alerts page. I'm going to put a check mark in there and get rid of all the other ones. You might consider also something from the running up family. You got your running up now, you're running up, and you're running up intermediate. If you're looking for stuff that's really on the move with the cross, you might consider the running up or the running up now, one of those two. I'm going to actually include the running up myself here for this purpose. All right. And press OK. And we're going to get that scan. And we're going to see stuff alerting. All right. It's actually quite a bit. Much more than I would have thought. Well then. And let's see. Let's add those indicators that you were discussing. And again, anybody with other questions, don't be shy. Pop those questions in. Don't sit silent on your questions because I'm working through this right now with Steve. Please get those questions in because we'll circle back to them when I get us to the point on this here of I think of understanding and education. So let's get those SMAs on here. We got a 20. We'll add that as red. We've got a 8. We'll put that as blue. Put this as red. Okay, add. All right, and let's take a look at this SPXS. Yes, perfect timing for the software to crash on me. Bear with me, folks, as I express my exasperated frustration at this right now. Bear with me, please. Because I am ever so annoyed right now. Let's see if I can find this, what I just did. All right. Got it back. But of course, I don't have the chart that I just did. No, I don't want the browser interface. Screw the browser interface. Put the SMAs back, please. Add 8 red. Okay, add, close. All right, let's try this again. So CVX, and get the alert there. Let's see, did we have an earlier CVX alert? I'll bet we did. Let's go back in history. See if we had one around noon. Oh my goodness. I might have to tighten the scan up a lot. Way too many results. Let's find stocks that are up from the open and up from the close and see if that, or you know what, let's find stocks that are up over the last whatever. Search, change. Because if you're looking for a cross, you want to see the stock is making some kind of trend up, at least in the last little bit. And filter, oh, I don't know, let's say in the last 0.25%. Let's see if that tones the scan down a bit. All right, well, so CVX didn't alert when I thought it might have, it looks like. That's unfortunate. Why wouldn't it have alerted back here? I see why. Didn't make a 5-minute high. Hadn't made the cross here enough yet. No 5-minute high. Surprised it didn't alert there, though. I'll go back and refine some, but I don't want to refine it to find one specific stock. So, all right, let's go back. Let's look at some stuff here. CAG. So, not awesome there. PFE. There we go. Found a nice cross there for you. COUR. And we could refine this further. You could refine it further. Unfortunately, it was moving back the wrong way on that cross. So, I added that 10-minute filter to try to find stocks that are trending up, but it wasn't really trending up at that point the way we would want anyways. There's definitely more we could do. But this is where, you start to get in the nuts and bolts with building scans. Found a decent cross there on Dash. So definitely going to find them, but you're going to want to refine this. So here's another good one it found. So definitely doing all right. So I'm going to take this off of history, real time, and I'm going to share this out as a template for you and anybody else that would like. And the one thing I ask everybody that takes any templates to share in these is please, pretty please, save it to your cloud. Because I do go through and delete everything in my cloud that I don't use every few days. So that's a good template for you to get started with there, Steve. Hopefully that helps you out in what you're looking for. And also just something else to think about with that is, I use an outside the box way to create that. We don't have something specific for crosses in that regard. But I think, showing some outside the box ways to do things like this can really help folks get a leg up on their scan building in general. So hopefully that helped. I think I'm caught up on questions here. If I missed something, please put it back in. I'm just scrolling back through. So hopefully that helped. Pretty good session so far. I got to say, I really love it when the sessions go like this with the questions. It's software wise and all that kind of stuff, because it just doesn't make sense for me to aimlessly talk about charts and whatever else. There's nothing special. I have no special insight on the market. I've got news for you. Nobody does. The people that do have the special insight, they're not going to be sharing it with the general public. Everybody out there that's sharing their insight publicly, they're being paid to do so. So they don't really have your best interest at heart, to say the least. So again, don't be shy. Don't be shy. If you got questions, get those in for me. We got plenty of time before Barry comes back from his break. All right. Good stuff, Steve. Good stuff. Again, don't be shy, folks. Get some questions in for me if you got them. Bill, what's up, Bill? DTCR is looking good. DTCR. What we got going on with DTCR? DTCR. So, data center and digital infrastructure ETF. Interesting. You know what? I would like to bookmark this, actually. Let's see. I'm going to put that on my liked for now so I remember. That is an interesting look on that there, Bill. I appreciate you pointing that out. So, shrugging along here. More than less in a range. Popped out of it, popped over it, gets up above it, and then it starts to go up. A little nice trend. Pulls back. I know my lines aren't perfect. Please don't shoot me. I'm not an artist. Pulls back. Test that. Yeah, I'm on the weekly chart right now. Pulls back and then really starts to get itself going. Pulls back again to the top of that prior breakout and then really gets jumping. Comes down a little bit and starting to hook itself back up again here. So for those that are, looking for some reasons to get back towards feeling bullish about AI, data center, so on and so forth, DTCR might be a reason to. Not too shabby. I do wish it was a bit more liquid than it is, but it's an ETF after all, so I do find that pretty interesting. Thanks for sharing that, Bill. That's pretty tight. I like that. Thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. See, this is the kind of community vibe that I talk about with us here doing these kinds of things like that, you know? Some good stuff on some scan building we did, overall software function and features. Nice place to look for ideas, idea generation. Oh, there's just something I thought of and I completely lost my train of thought. So I'm looking at 5 different things at once and my brain got a little overexcited. That happens. What are you going to do, right? So again, keep it coming, folks. Keep it coming. Any questions and whatnot? So, all right, all right. Well, I lost my top 10 in the races, unfortunately, with that crash. So that that ruined that. But I guess we could look at, we'll look at the last winner, and it's won 4 in a row. Looks like it won't win this one so far, anyways. AGPU. So gap down and traded down and reversed that very well. Good move up, pull back, and has been pretty rocking ever since. So not too shabby there. Not too shabby. Newer issued stock, I think. Oh, let's see. Pull out the browser interface. Let's get the picture-in-picture chart going. AGPU. So stock's only about 8 months old, give or take. But definitely busting up above some prior resistance here. Got these topping shadows that are a bit of concern if it can break and hold. It is broken, but can it hold now? Only time will tell. Looks like it had earnings this morning, so overall positive reaction to earnings, knee-jerk negative reaction at the very open. It's AGPU. And I think WETO, we've talked about that before. Yeah, this is one that we looked at before. So, anywho, that be that. All right. Well, we got some dead air time to fill, it looks like, with no questions. So what shall we do? What shall we do? I don't know. So I'm going to move that out of the way and we'll look at a SPY chart for a hot minute here. So SPY, pop and a fade, pop and consolidate, pop and a fade, pop and a consolidate. So it really hasn't gone anywhere. And let's see, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trading days through that. Pop. We kind of held that pop. A little bit of a fade. Today, a little bit of a fade. So it really hasn't gone anywhere. We said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days. The SPY hasn't really gone anywhere in the last 9 days. 9 trading days. So we'll see what happens with that. But I will say after the last pullback that it had, we had this pullback here. came rocking out of the gates for that, making more new all-time highs and just hanging out around those right now. So it is one healthy market. I know a lot of people look at this and think, but the economy and inflation and whatever other things I'll come up with, and stock market is anything but those things. Market is unto its own. It is very often, very, very often decoupled from the rest of, well, everything else for whatever reason. Qs don't look as good as the SPY. They don't exactly look bad, though, I'll tell you that right now, especially on a weekly chart. You know, that fade there. I think we touched correction territory for like 6 seconds before bouncing off. And I mean, we're one decent day from all-time highs in the Qs again in the NASDAQ. So we're right about there. And again, folks, we got a few minutes left here before I wrap up for the day on this part of my journey. So don't be shy if you've got any of those questions. Don't wait till the last second, please. I have seen the last few times I've done a live stream, people are waiting till the last second when Barry's already come back and taking over to start throwing questions at me. Please, if you've got them now, throw them in, because once Barry gets here, I'm on my way out and he's on his way in. Not that Barry can't answer them, of course, but if you were looking for an answer from me, you'll want to do that sooner than later. Of course, generally speaking, I prefer Barry to answer my questions than most people, so I can completely understand if folks rather have Barry answer the questions. He's been doing this for a very, 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 very long time as a professional. Him, Steve, Andy, they know what they're doing. They know what they're talking about. That's for sure. Alrighty, well, nothing doing right now, so let's see. What else can we talk about? What else can I come up with to fill some airtime? Well, let's see here. Let's look at some sectors. So, past 5 days. Talked a bunch last week about the junior miners. So, silver junior miners is still hanging in there strong right now. Same with the gold junior miners. So, interesting to see. Here's the gold miners themselves. So not too shabby on that. There's silver miners. So silver edging out gold at the moment as far as the miners go. Make of that what you will. In the last 5 days now, though, the XOP, which is your exploration of gas and petroleum production, um, that's looking pretty breakouty. That's looking pretty breakouty on both these time frames right now. I know the tough part with this is, what happens if all the conflicts resolve enough to beat these stocks up again, right? That's always the issue with energy. It's always one of the big issues with energy, anyways. But this XOP is looking pretty right as far as the chart goes. The XLE as well, and the IYE. They have that. They have that ready to really run from the station. Look, all three. Semiconductors. They look like they want to try, but man, they got to get that 600 on the SMH, anyways. Got to get that 600 on the SMH. SOXX looks a little bit better. A little bit better on the XOXX. So we'll see. We'll see. One never knows. Hard telling, not knowing. Who's beat up? Let's look. So KWeb is beat up in Chinese internet stocks. Interestingly enough, because you got all those high flyer Chinese stocks today. Go figure. But yeah, KWeb, not a good week last week, that's for sure. And not exactly starting off the week outstanding this week. So we'll see. FXI also not a good week last week. Hasn't had a good 2 weeks in a row, as a matter of, 2 weeks in a row. Last week was particularly not awesome for it, but it is starting off this week okay. We'll see what it can or can't do at this point. And solar stocks. Not a great last couple of weeks. Not starting off the week so hot as well here. Actually, not a great week last week. I lied. The week before was all right, actually. So we shall see. Anything else really noteworthy here? I mean, there's an XRT. It's retails. A little wobbly up here. Airlines over the last 5 days, not so amazing. What else? Anything else noteworthy? No, not really. Hard to believe it won't be too long before we're moving into the fourth quarter of the year, huh? I wonder how many people had on their bingo card that the IBB would be a leading sector for the year. I'll bet not a lot.
So there's a term I hear a lot on my bingo card. I do understand it. When do you think that started? I don't mean bingo, the game, but when do you think that started, that people started to refer to, how I didn't see that on my bingo card.
I'd imagine whenever bingo became a violent sport.
Boy,
because if you've ever been to one of those bingo halls and people start screwing around in them, you're liable to get caned.
Caned is right. Or hit by a walker.
So I would bet if we had the way to do the research, I would bet somewhere where money really started coming into those, uh,
Hmm.
there'd be some correlation there.
Maybe, yeah, because you hear it now all the time. Was it
Yeah,
on my bingo card? About anything. I mean, not obviously not just stock market, but just about anything. And yeah, it's sort of interesting how it sort of made it into the well, general talk now. That's what people will say.
it
I
is a
have to.
mainstream comparison.
Yeah. Okay, Christopher. Now, what are your plans for this week? Are you double dutying it or somebody else,
I don't
or
believe
do you
I
know?
am, but
Okay,
if I must, I will. I'm not
if you
sure.
must, if you are forced to.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm not sure where I'm not sure where we stand right now.
Okay.
With the jumbling my weeks off and missing and these guys and whatnot. So I'll confirm with Steve and Andy, and one of us three will be here tomorrow. That I can
Okay.
assure you.
Okay. Sounds good, Chris. Thanks for spelling me, and we'll see
Absolutely.
you either next Monday or sometime this week.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Barry. We'll catch you on the next one, whenever that is.
All right, guys. Let me give me a moment as I reclaim. Give me one moment. Okay, I think I reclaimed the stage in our YouTube room. Back in the main room, get rid of my note and get my music going, and we're good to go. All right, guys. Back in back in the saddle, as they say. Lunar, guys, has had a pretty good day, actually. LUNR. I'm just looking at this is a gap continuation play. Boy, I was looking at that Wito. I had a price alert. I had a price alert set right up here at 18. You can see it right there. I thought, man, you got one, two, three, four, five attempts to get through it. I thought maybe if it took it out, that might give us another little run at the end of the day. But that's looks like that 18 is rejecting it pretty fiercely right now. But you never know. So I still have a price alert for the WITO WETO just over the 18 level. So at 1825, see if it takes out the highs of all those candles, those bars, the 5 minute bars. Well, that certainly would have been a nice play. The spread wasn't great to start with, but boy, what a nice play that would have been. The VCX, where are you? There you are, 37.40. We're at 40.88 now, so that would have been that's a $3 almost a $3.50 move for VCX. The spread was always kind of an issue. It's 38 cents right now, but obviously, if a stock's going to move $4, that won't matter. But hard to predict that's what's going to happen. All right, guys, going to go over my homepage right now for the last time for the day. Okay, so if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's what you can do. You can use my promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Doesn't matter which subscription you choose, either a standard or a premium service. All I ask, you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and also the main room right here. So if you're in YouTube right now wondering about this is a free room also. The trading room is a free room also. A lot more action in it. More traders are here, more interaction amongst traders. Also, it's open at around 7 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so if you are wanting to interact with other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room. I don't open it then. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So thanks to William, who's been doing it so far, opening at around 7 in the morning. If you keep scrolling down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't think it has triggered. I'd be shocked if it had because it was quite a bit underneath the trigger price. Yeah, so the trigger is 24. Okay, so does this mean it's a bad, that it's a disaster? No, it just means it hasn't triggered. It may not trigger. Okay, I mean, it happens. But, the theory is you wait for the trigger, which would have been 24. I mean, it doesn't mean you can't take the trade now if you think it's going to bounce, but all I'm saying is that it's not a bad trade of the week. It's right now it's sort of a non-event. And again, you can sign up for it right here. You'll get it free before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you're taking out a subscription or you're thinking about it, click on my homepage link and scroll down, get to that education section, and here, getting started with Trade Ideas. So this is mandatory for those of you taking out a subscription. 12 short videos to get you started. Okay, now if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about it, I would start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea, well, it'll give you an idea about what we can do. Listen, it may or may not be something you want. But if you want to try it, you can try it for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Back to basics. If this is for people who are new to trading, 15 free videos for those of you new to trading. And last, looking for my scans, etc. You've clicked on my homepage link. Scroll down, custom scans. They're not all scans, but these are a couple of races. This is the race you can see. Look at that, 420% since the race started. That's a massive move for the PFSA. Upside versus downside movers is right here. Halts resumes is over here. Daily trend reversals. This is what you would see. This is what I like to also have though, the don't repeat version. So I can see where was the first alert, what happened from them. I also have this one open on my other monitor, the gap scanner. I have it open. I don't have these other three open, but you can certainly ask me about them. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. So if you have any questions about this or other aspects of Trade Ideas, you can ask away. Oh, it's invalidated. Okay. So there you go. So it actually hit the stop. So it doesn't mean you cannot trade it later on if you like it, but it is an invalidated trade now or alert. I think it was 21, right? Yeah, 21 was the stop. What do we think of Nike for a short? Well, the mighty have fallen, that's for sure. It's unbelievable. Um, yeah, so I mean, it has earnings coming up. Well, coming up a month from now, 24th of September. So a little over, say, 5 weeks from now. So that's not an issue. But I mean, there's nothing. The idea today, it's down what 4%. I mean, it's just, yeah, there's just no more support. It's an all-time low. So I mean, Nike's at an all-time low. I guess people finally are saying, you know what, we really don't need these high-priced sneakers, or there might be other reasons, but yeah, there's no support. There's no chart support because it's an all-time low. So there's nothing you can point to on a chart saying, okay, that is maybe some chart support. It's an all-time low. Nike. Now, does that mean I'd short it right now? No, but I mean, it's certainly, I mean, right now you're chasing it down. Maybe if I wanted to short this one, I would probably wait to see if it could have any sort of a pop up near the VWAP and then watch to see if the VWAP acted as resistance on the way up, and then maybe take a shot at shorting it. Well, I hope you're one of those parents, Poe. You had to give in. You see, Starbucks is interesting. I mean, it's still, a position in lifetime range. It's, in the upper 25%. But that to me is not quite like Nike, but I mean, people paying high prices for coffee. I mean, I know it's an experience to go to Starbucks and sit there, I suppose, if getting the free Wi-Fi. But then again, I don't even know if they still completely allow that, or do you finally go over to a table and say, "Okay, bye." But Starbucks is still reasonably secure, whereas Nike just is a disaster now. I see. Okay, so that was kind of one of the reasons, William. We talk about psychological numbers sometimes, at least I do. Look at SpaceX, guys. I mean, it's just a number, right? I mean, it's just a number, but it's 150. And look what it got to. I think it got to $149.80. It's just a number. But you can see looking left, 149.60 to break through 150 is just a number. It's only 20 cents. It was only 20 cents away, but it's a psychological so far. And let's see if the VWAP holds it, establishing kind of a tight range between, around the 147, 150 mark. Let's see if that holds it. Yeah, so you've missed Chris, unfortunately, trying in our YouTube room. Now I can probably you're talking about the ETF channel, right? I can probably help you. So I'm going to click on New from the toolbar. Then I'm going to click on Doc. I'm talking to Trying in our YouTube room. I'm assuming you're talking about the ETF channel. Let's see if I can figure out what you meant. There's the ETF, or you're talking about the two time or three. Oh, I see. Two time only. I see what you're talking about. Um, I don't. There's not a simple way. I mean, you'd have to create a symbol list and attach it that only had two or three time ETFs. Okay, and now I understand what you're talking about. So I know MVLL is a two time. MULL is the same one. Nugget is a two time. CONL two time. Probably most of them are two time. There's another two time. I'm just looking at most of them. This I don't know what it is. UCO. I don't know what it is. But the only way you could you can't prevent. The only way you could do it is create your own symbol list and attach it to this, and just have two times. And most of them are going to be two times. But if you're talking about in this race, let's take a look at the race. Yeah, that's a short. So UGL. Let's take a look at UGL. So these are more. I mean, they're ETFs, but I like the company ETFs. See, there's Reddit, and there's SMCL. This is Dell. Most of the company ETFs are probably okay. There you go. That channel only has two-time ETFs. Thank you, Pepe. So you don't. So there's no modification you have to do. Assuming he was displaying this channel. Okay. I mean, I wasn't around when he was doing it, so you don't have to worry. These are all two-time anyway. Are you still in? Are you still there trying? Yes. You asked the question at 112. So okay, Wheato now is up again over 18 briefly. Is this the time where it really takes off? Just give me a moment, guys. Got to get that bid catching up to the ask a little bit. Okay, guys. I mean, this could get well. Wow, look at that. Then they just dropped the bid. They just dropped the bid. Be so careful. See what's happening now. They're dropping that bid. 1781, 1814. It was a lot tighter, and then they just dropped that bid, which is kind of scary. Do I think that CBRS is rolling over? Well, I don't know. I mean, if you look at the wave, it's still blue. Okay, so in theory, it's still kind of strong. I know what you're looking at right here. A couple little red bars, but they're pretty narrow. I mean, I'm assuming you would have put your stop at about. I don't know if are you buying the are you doing the stock, or are you this stock, or are you doing the company ETF? Because I'd be putting my stop at 258, a little above it, the high of that one. No, I know you're short, but where are you putting your stop? Like were you short? You just get into a short now, or right now? I mean, it's hard to say it's rolling over. I mean, it's up 17%. But you say you're okay. But when you say you're just watching it, but then you're saying you're short in the stock. You took a short on it. So where did you take your short? What was the price? No stop. Well, then I can't help you. I just don't believe in that. Not having a stop because I just can't. So you're short 254. So you're a little under the water by about say $3. But why do you not have a stop? Like I'm certainly not going to tell you how to trade, but I mean I just never trade without stops. Well, okay. Do you normally put stops when you take a trade, be it going long or short, Brian? I'm not talking about this one, CBRS, but just in general. Ah, wow. Well, see, the way I trade is, I mean, before I take a trade, I know where I'm going to get out before I take the trade if it's not working. Now, That's, I don't know how much trading experience you have, but that a lot of that is, some, I suppose, call it trading experience, where I think, okay, if it breaks down through this number, I want to get out of the trade. Be it maybe the VWAP, maybe the VWAP is a support area, or a moving average. Some people have other moving averages on their chart. If it breaks down through that, they want to be out of the trade. Um, or they look at the chart intraday perhaps, and they say, okay, there seems to be a lot of support in a certain price range. You see a lot of action. Here looks to me like 251. I mean, it was trading between 253 and 251. So if it broke down through 251, I'd probably want to be out of. If I were long, I'd want to be out of the trade. But I mean, that's just a matter of sizing up a chart. Either where I mean, it's not the easiest thing in the world. I think people starting out, maybe an easier way, assuming it's set up correctly for you, that there's a reason why you're taking the trade, not just sort of a, well, I think it's going to go up. I mean, nobody knows, of course, when they get into a trade if it's absolutely going to work, but you have to have some rationale for taking a trade. And so if you're starting out, maybe you put a stop the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a defined number. I'm not saying in this case that's what you would do, but just in general. And that's why I would practice trading. I don't know. Are you sort of a new trader also, Brian? Because if you don't have a stop, that means you're just hoping and praying that, if you get into a trade, well, okay, intermediate, that's not bad though. I mean, but that means that when you get into a trade, you're just hope, and it starts moving against you, you're just sort of hoping and praying it comes back. I'm not saying it can never happen, but what what time period are going to give it? But that's why we have a simulator, so you can practice trading and you can practice saying, okay, here's where I'm going to put my stop. Here's where I think there could be some support. And if it broke down through that area, I want to be out of the trade and take a manageable loss, as opposed to watching something you're in continuing to keep moving down. Well, in this case, I know you're looking at a short, but you know what I mean. You look at your P&L and it keeps moving against you over and over and over again, and you start to sweat. We've all done it though, believe me. Okay, so thank you, Andy. Yeah, I mean, even people who thought, they think SpaceX is going to be a $500 stock 5 years from now. I mean, if you took this trade up here at 226 or in this level, and you just watch it go down to $100, that's pretty tough. Now you might think, okay, but you could always put a stop in, get out of the trade, and then get back into it. You know what? Yeah, thank you, Paul. That's what I mean. You can always get back into it. Pretty hard though to watch something that if you bought this at 200 because everybody's saying, well, it's going to 1,000, and then you watch it go down to $100 just about. That's pretty tough. You don't, and you don't. I mean, it finally found support down here. Well, again, the SMA 20 may not be, your stop area. I mean, all sorts of different. For instance, if I wanted to be, if I had been long SpaceX just at up here, I said, you know what, I think it's going to take out 150. I get in at 149. Now what I'm doing is I'm watching that VWAP. If it goes down below the VWAP, I want to be out of the trade. But I would know that going into the trade. Okay, and then that share sizes me because, maybe it's time. I haven't done this for a while. Yeah, and I'm going to get this error message. I think it's something to do with my. Well, I think a better answer would come from Pepe, but it's something to do when I move this around and I get error messages. Anyway, You won't. The other one is the trade wave. Yes, keeping in a trade, and if it breaks, if it turns against you color wise, yeah. But let's okay. If you loads brokerage plus, and I'm just talking in general now. So a person loads brokerage plus, they click on new and brokerage plus. Now, what you might see. Okay, that box right there might say not connected. Okay, not connected. So in order to connect it, go up to the brokers and click on TI paper trading and connect it. Now you're in our paper trader. So now you can practice trading. Okay, I have to expand this a bit because I have to see that send. Okay. So let's take a trade here. Let's take RETO, RETO. Okay, RETO. Okay, again, this is in the simulator. And Brian, okay, and when you're trying to anticipate the turn in momentum, that's something I don't do. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. Okay, I just don't. Usually, what I do is I try to put a price alert somewhere. I don't try to, like for instance, with SpaceX, I could have said, well, I think it's going to take out 150. It's at 149 now, but I will wait for the 150 break and then see if it makes sense to keep doing it rather than taking it at 149, anticipating it's going to happen. But that's just the way I am. Okay. I mean, not everybody is going to be like that. So I'm going to take this trade. I'm going to take 500 shares, buy it, send it. Okay. This is in the simulator. Okay. I took 500 shares and my entry was 207, okay? I'm going to put a stop. Now, understand, I would have known what the stop is before I took the trade. And again, I'm putting these numbers in because it's going to make the math easy. You're going to see on my chart, it's going to say minus 100 somewhere. Say minus 100, okay? Minus 100. So why does it say that? That means, again, understand, this is just making the math super simple. And I'll explain why I took 500 shares. So if I got in, if I said to myself, okay, if I get into this trade at 207, I'm putting my stop at 187. That's 20 cents away. Again, not because that's where I should put a stop, but I just trying to make the math super simple. But had I looked at the chart and said, yeah, 187 is my stop. I'm in at 207. It's 20 cents. Now the next step is, how much am I willing to risk on the trade? In other words, if I lose, how much money am I willing to lose on the trade? And when I demonstrate all this, I demonstrate losing $100 on a trade. That's why I took 500 shares in this particular case, because if I allow myself to be stopped out for a 20-cent loss, 500 times 20 cents is $100. Okay? So I don't take the same number of shares every trade. The number of shares I take will be dictated by the difference between my entry price and the stop. Again, in this case, I made it 20 cents to make the math super simple. If my stop had been 10 cents away and I'm wanting to risk $100 on the trade, I would take 1,000 shares. 1,000 times 10 cents equals, if I lose, $100. Now, the other thing I do is I try to risk about the same amount every trade. I don't risk $100 one trade, 1,000 the next, 500 the next. I try to risk about the same amount every trade. The risk meaning how much am I willing to lose on the trade. So that's why I say I'm not taking 500 every trade. It all depends on the difference between my entry and the stop. And you can create a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet, if you know how to do it, where you can point to like the cell in which how much you're willing to risk every trade. Say at $100, whatever but your account, everybody's account size is different, of course, but I like to demonstrate 100. So it points to 100. You type in your entry and and I just got stopped out. Okay, just got stopped out. Okay. And it actually went a little bit below, that's even though I was trying to only risk $100, it went so quickly through it that by the time it actually took the trade, got me out, I actually lost 125. Remember, this is in the simulator. I'll do another one that hopefully won't get stopped out too soon. Try AISP. Give me another one. Find one that's a little maybe compact. I'm just trying to. This is just for demonstration purposes, of course. Well, I'll do this one. I'll do this one. Okay. I mean, the bid ask is not great, but again, this is just for demonstration purposes. So I'm in the trade at 142. So again, I'll put my stop 20 cents away. Add the stop. When I do that, you should see minus 100 somewhere. There we go, minus 100. Okay, so now, so again, I try to risk about the same amount every trade. And notice, so that's how wow, look at the Wheato. So before I take a trade, I have a checklist. Everything's got to be checked before I take the trade. Most of the things are already checked because I'm never going to get it. I'm never going to see anything outside the price range I want. It's going to have a minimum volume that I want, probably a minimum relative volume that I want. So most of the things are already checked. My big goal is when I so any one of these is sort of meeting the basic requirements. The next thing though is when I click on it, does it have room to move? Okay, does it have room to move before it hits the next high in a daily chart or a weekly chart or a monthly chart? So I'm sizing up this pretty quickly and I know where I'm going to, and if it doesn't work for me, I know where I'm getting out of the trade. So how I trade is in this, okay, we're still in this one, HUIZ, okay? So I got in at 140. What did I get? No, 142. I would have, if I'm going to risk 20 cents, I would have to look at a chart and say to myself, do you have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on this trade? In other words, if I risk 20 cents, I want to be able to have a reasonable expectation of making double that risk. So I'd be looking at the chart and saying, okay, is it free to 182 or 182? And if I looked left and it was free to 182, there was nothing really blocking it on the chart, and more the better. Then it becomes a big candidate. Then I'll take the trade. But for instance, if I know my stop is 20 cents away, and then I look at the chart and I see, 5 cents above it, there looks like, to me anyway, some resistance, I'm not going to take the trade. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 5 cents. Now, again, just because there could be room for it to move the 40 cents doesn't mean it's going to do it. But I try to put the odds in my favor that, okay, I have a reasonable expectation of making double my risk. Now, the next thing is, we have the simulator and it uses our real-time data. So, you can practice trading. If you can't make money in a simulator, I would say almost forget about trying to go live because it's, you get in and out, like I got stopped out, big deal of the retail, big deal. Okay. Got stopped out. It's just play money. But if I can't make money in a simulator when there's no pressure, and it's just sort of play money, then, once you start trading real money and you're looking at that P&L and it's moving up and down on you. I know William says never looks at it, but when you're starting out, I mean, it's almost impossible not to. Okay. So you start to sweat, and here is what also can happen is that you can have all the best intentions of the world of obeying your stop. You get into these and you just obey your stop. You get stopped out. Great. Okay. You move on. When you start to trade, a lot of times it's really hard to obey your stop. You get into a trade and, there's great news for the company and the room is talking about it. News for me is just a bonus. It's not a mandatory. The company doesn't have to have news for me to take the trade, but it's a nice bonus if it does and the news seems positive. And the room is talking about it. You get into a trade. Let's pretend HUIZ had wonderful news, and it starts moving against you, and it hits, and it starts getting down to your stop, and it hits your stop, and you say, you know what? I don't care. This is coming back. I know it's coming back. The news is too good, et cetera, et cetera. So you don't obey your stop. And now instead of that $100 manageable loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell it and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop with a very manageable loss. Okay, you can always get back into a trade. You take yourself out of the trade. Maybe the market conditions when you took, for instance, if it's a stock that is a little more into what the overall market's doing, what if the market, was all of a sudden a giant red bar hits the market, something out of nowhere hits the market, a giant red bar, and you're in a stock that, where's my SPY chart? And you're in a stock that kind of follows the market, like the Metas and hey, Amazon, some of the large cap stocks following the market. You can't predict that. You can't know that all of a sudden out of nowhere a giant red bar is going to come in and wipe out your trade. So get out of the trade. Doesn't mean it was a bad trade. It just means because you cannot control those sort of events. But the same thing here. This is the sort of stock that's never going to be affected by the overall market, more than likely. But it starts moving against you. Just get out. You can always get back in. Maybe we're just a little early. Maybe what you thought was a decent setup, it may still be a great setup, but they don't all work. Now, almost as worse though is that you allow yourself to be down $200, $300, $400, $500, and then you're just convincing yourself it's going to come back, and it does. It does. And you congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. And it can happen. Of course, that can happen. All I can say is that I wish somebody had told me all about this stuff when I first started trading. It would have saved me a lot of agony. And listen, you can listen to me and not have a stop. And if it's working for you, keep doing whatever you're doing. And again, I'm not talking to anybody specifically. So that's what I was saying. I mean, practicing stops, you could, because it's still, it's still a little difficult. I mean, I was talking about the VWAP. Some people have a moving average, but you might just want to try it. Maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or a 10-minute candle, or a 15. Okay. The reason why is that's a definite number. Okay. So there's no guesswork. The low of the previous 5-minute candle is a definite number. And just try it to see how that starts working for you. Maybe it won't work. Oh, Hudson, all of a sudden, Hudson, look at Hudson on the move here. 50-cent move, and HDSN. What, where can it go now? 640. So it has 31 cents to that high. See, I wouldn't take this trade because we're going to put my stop. It's basically run. I mean, I could say maybe underneath the whole number. I suppose I could say that. Maybe at 20 cents away, but then I need 40 cents. And I don't see 40 cents. I see less than 40 cents because there's the next high in the weekly chart. So consequently, it becomes something I won't trade. FTK, you were talking about FTK. Sorry, William, yes. Wow, very good. Like over $1 on that low here, Flowtech, yeah. See, I lost sight of this Metu. I wanted to take this on a 20 break. See, and I could have put my stop at about 2014, take it on a 20 break, say 1995, and it had, all sorts of room underneath. It's getting right there into that potential support area. But if I looked at that and I said, okay, a break underneath 20, and the next low on the weekly chart was, say, call it 70 cents away, and I'm putting about a 20-cent stop, well, that makes sense. That's a 3.5 to 1. And that's the hardest thing with these low floaters. Like, where are you going to put a stop? You get into something like this, where the heck are you going to put a stop? Because, I mean, these stocks can go down 50, 60, $1 in 10 seconds. So, William, what are your plans today, if any? Because I'll probably leave at about, well, I'll always say later if there are questions, of course, but around 2-ish. We're about 15 minutes for NM. So AMN is saying a bunch of upgrades. Well, this has been just today. Let's see. BTIG research, a target of 17. Jeffries, a target of 17. So they're Leerink putting a target of 18. This is all the FRNM. Now, does it mean this stock is going to get there? No, it doesn't mean anything other than these are some analysts are making their opinions known. And what time frame are they talking about? I mean, they don't mean tomorrow. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be back. Well, that my size took just as I was coming back into the room, I saw this big bar, 1255. Look at that big bar from 359 down to 311, and this is just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Another one of these. They had a bit. I don't even know if they had news, but whatever happened, and it gets up to 429. But look at this. I mean, it's sold off, off, off. It's at the low of the day now. $22.50. Yeah, it would have to have a pretty big drop. I mean, there's a weekly low down here at 21.39. There's another one at 24.47. So that would be pretty. Well, we told guys. I mean, this is just. It's hard not to be mesmerized by this a little bit. God, you got to be so careful, though. I mean, these are massive, massive swings. But it did. That's what traders are looking at. They're looking at. You know what? It hit 23.77. And I think it was done on no news, just low float China. Well, 18. Well, the spread is tightened a little bit. So you need some more volume to come in. I'm not talking about the absolute volume, but you see how that little bar there, if you can see that blue bar, see how it's sort of stuck out or standing out. Uh, like the next that bar right there is 11:20, and that bar right there is 1:30. So 2 hours went by before you saw a bar that's sort of similar to that. Like a lot of pent up energy right now. I mean, the trend is up. The making higher lows. Okay, William is going to keep this room open till 3-ish, he said. Okay, so I'm probably going to leave 2-ish, depending on the number of questions I get. I'll keep the screen up and running, though, my layout up and running until William shuts it down. Sorry, guys, I'm just sort of concentrating on this Wheato. I see right now 1910, 1920. Okay, are we lifting? Oh, we're lifting a little bit. It's very wild still. It's very, very wild still. Got to hold 19. Yes. Okay. I took some off, guys. In the 50s, and I don't know what I'm going to do now. I mean, I may. Okay, I'm basically out of everything. I mean, this could go through 20 and beyond, but just have a little bit left in case it does. It makes an attempt at this high here. Not easy. When I say that, I mean it's a bit of a gut wrencher. Yeah, look at the big pullback now. Oof. All right, guys, 155. So that was fun. Come on. I don't have much left, but I mean, listen, if it gets in, 21 or something, I mean, it's still going to be nice for me. But that's what we're talking about, okay? One of these stocks that have tremendous activity for a big portion of the day, and then they pull back, and then they kind of, I mean, not that this one completely rested, but you can kind of see what it was doing, holding the VWAP, holding the VWAP, and then later on in the day, after the 1 o'clock, say 1:30 to 2, even a bit later, a lot of times the volume will come back to these ones that have been super active. Okay, so this one just had a bit of a downturn. ONT, what sort of room does it have? It doesn't have 1595 is the next low, so that's obviously too close. If it took 1595 though, 1535, it might give a little bit. I don't know. This had earnings a few days ago, about a week and a half ago, got hammered down, $23 down to 12, almost cut in half. Okay, let's take a look at IPST. Does this have a chance, a late day? Well, I mean, look, it's at the VWAP. It's a little bit under the VWAP, but you never know. I mean, if it gets over the VWAP again and you get a big surge of volume, you could have a late day run. Doesn't look as nice though. I mean, the trend is down, whereas Wheato, the trend was up. I mean, there's a massive difference between IPST and this one, Wheato. When you look at the charts, look at a 5-minute chart, massive difference. Wow. Good grief. I'm just watching, wow, 20 up through 22 now. I mean, there's the high now. The high 23. Why not put a stick a price alert there? Yeah, I thought it was going to get halted. So that's the sixth halt for the day for WETO. And this is what we're looking at. So there's a halt 2229, potential open. Potential. That doesn't mean it's going to open there. It's still a long ways to go, especially if it's going to be a 10-minute halt. I know the first halt of the day or the first halt for this one was 10 minutes. I don't know what the subsequent ones were, but whew. Well, guys, are there any other questions? I don't see any questions, so I'll probably take off now and put my announcement up. So YouTubers, I do have to shut you guys down. And that's 3-ish, okay? As William says, he's going to keep the room open to 3-ish, maybe be later, maybe a little earlier. Okay, YouTubers, so YouTube will get on the mic for you guys tomorrow at around 9 o'clock, sometime between 9 and 9:15 Eastern time. So have a great evening. For the rest of the